Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando. We are live from Los Angeles. We are going to talk about Rolex's acquisition of Bucherer, one of the biggest global watch retailers, one of their biggest partners. It wasn't a coincidence, of course, that they had rolled out their certified pre-owned program in Europe at first with Bukhara and extended it with Torno in the US since Torno has been part of Bukhara's own holdings since 2018. We'll talk a lot about that particular move and what kind of consequences it will have for the industry and for also, of course, the customers, the collectors in the short term, in the midterm, in the long term. And you know who might just drop by. We'll see if we can establish connections via satellite, old school. Um, but in either case, I will have special guests to talk about this with me next week. I think we'll be talking about Rolex's move for quite some time. There's a reason that they are the big brother of the industry. Whatever they do, as you know, has rippling effects throughout. But in this case, it might seem like, at least in the first place, that they have borrowed a page from um, the book, from the handbook, from the playbook of some of their smaller competitors, some of their more focused and boutique competitors. I just want to share something with you to develop on a point that we made, that I talked about just on Tuesday's live stream. You know, I brought up this watch who was actually made in collaboration with really one of my favorite makers. As you guys know, I have a lot of respect and a lot of love, as the Brits say, a lot of time for Ludovic Palois. Um, I think the Upside Down, which was actually his first watch as an independent, is an incredible looking watch. It is a very unique and exciting approach to the jump hour complication because it takes everything that is so great about it, namely the fact that it turns the entire dial into a canvas for artistic expression and takes it one step further, takes it into another level with a unique approach that includes these this unique mechanism that had been developed on the base of a Peseux caliber, but with a unique modification that includes 12 Maltese cross shaped mechanisms for each hour marker. The Upside Down is a beautiful watch, there's no doubt about it, but the collaboration that has come out as Grail Watch number 10, Grail Watch being, in Waco's own words, his company that aims to realize the most ambitious collaborative horological projects, seems to have hit a brick wall here in marketing a watch that is literally the scribbles and scrolls of a little kid as some sort of ultra luxury product that should sell for six figures in Swiss francs, namely 108,000 Swiss francs. And of course, you might say the Upside Down is already a pretty valuable watch. This is a platinum version. It has an aventurine dial. And I know all of this, right? The Upside Down has a lot to recommend itself for, and I'm not going to argue against anything. But if anything, this whole thing seems to have really brought down the value of the watch for the average collector rather than the other way around. Of course, the market is always crazy. It is a limited edition watch. Four pieces with the classic Breguet numerals, if you can see them under the under these ridiculous scrolls. There's also a version with Chinese characters and Eastern Arabic numerals. Now, so far so good, right? You know, we just thought it was an April Fool's, that it was basically disrespecting the average collector's intelligence, that it was really pushing it in terms of approaching limited drops through established, presumably journalistic channels. We have talked a lot about all of this. We have exposed this time and again on this channel, but it seems that the egos are out of all proportion. We already knew this about Waco, and again, I think he's great. I think his larger-than-life personality has worked wonders for his brand, for his publications. But it seems that Ludovic Balloir himself is absolutely delusional about this whole enterprise. And let me read what happened here from a sole comment that was left on the announcement of this release on Grail Watch's official Instagram account, and how the conversation developed, or how rather Ludovic Balloir responded, and how the OP, the original poster, replied back to him. So the original poster is someone called Unsolicited Opinions on Instagram. I haven't known the person, but great take. They say, sorry, but this is pretty self-indulgent and super weird for anyone who isn't the kid's parents to buy and wear. And, you know, again, without wanting to be too harsh or excessively cruel, I have also said, if this were my kid who scrolled this kind of mess onto one of my creations, I would probably hesitate to hang it on the door of the fridge. But clearly, Unsolicited Opinions is much kinder than I am, much more even-keeled and better socially adjusted than I. So he says, it would be super weird for anyone who isn't the kid's parents to buy and wear a watch like this. Also, the novelty will wear off. This watch will get old pretty quick. So far, so good. I think it's an absolutely fair comment. It's an absolutely objective, unproblematic take. It is expressed in the most respectful manner. Here is Ludovic Balloir. Hello. I can understand your opinion, as I can understand those who had a similar opinion of Jackson Pollock's paintings around 1950s. Let me repeat this. Hello, I can understand your opinion, as I can understand those who had a similar opinion of Jackson Pollock's paintings around 1950s. I don't even know what to say. Again, you know, his horological creations can stand on their own feet. They can exist in their own realm. But clearly, there's something absolutely off here to a level that's like, this is, I don't know, this is parent brain. This is prime parent brain, thinking that your kids' stupid scrolls will one day amount to Jackson Pollock and his art, just because they're both weird and unusual for their time. I mean, by the way, the child scribbles and scrolls, there's nothing unusual about them. This is like every 6, 7, 8-year-old kid who has been encouraged, who has been positively encouraged, and they should be. They should be. Not to say that their works should be sold for 6 figures, but that, that you should create the space and place. You should give the opportunity to every child to express themselves as they wish, just to see what else can come out of it, what originality might spring. But there's nothing original about this. It's literally just scribbles and scrolls on an aventurine dial, no less. His painting number 1 alone sold for 140 million in 2006, while in 1950 people found these paintings totally and so ridiculous that they refused to enter the galleries where they were exhibited. Also, another analogy for this kind of delusion is the delusion that Audemars Piguet and their privileged retailers like Material Good have about Code 1155. Oh, if it's universally reviled now and we can only sell it to people who want to kiss up to us to get on our good side, so they might one day qualify for a watch they actually want, it must be actually a work of genius. It will one day sell with the same popularity. It will one day be surrounded by the same hype that surrounds the Royal Oak now. It's delusion. Sometimes when everybody hates you, when everybody tells you what you're doing is shit, what you're doing is worthless, what you're doing is not valuable, they may be right. If there's a consensus that what you have achieved is utterly unremarkable, nothing original, and certainly not worth the kind of value you wish to put on it, they might be right. Frank and Honest says, LB makes Ocean look rational and humble by comparison. I'm sure, that guy wouldn't even compare himself to Jackson Pollock, because he is the kind of genius who is probably more like a Picasso or, I don't know, Matisse, someone whose mastery and expertise and exemplarity everyone can appreciate. I mean, who is Jackson Pollock to be compared to the middling musician who has his daughter make YouTube videos for him so he can look cool to his friends when he drinks himself to death night by night and embarrasses himself? Actually, let me backtrack on that. I don't think the guy has the gene and the self-awareness to be embarrassed. I think shame and embarrassment would be completely alien effects to Ocean. So, my bad. Al 29, hey man, nice to see you as well. So this was the delusion of the day that I wanted to address. There actually, I don't know about Waco, but Ludovic Balloir actually isn't taking you out for a ride. He is actually being honest. He does actually believe in this product, but I don't know which one is actually better. I think I would rather have him just laugh in people's faces and run to the bank with the money he makes from this Series Gaga upside down watch, which is his collaboration with Waco for Grail Watch number 10, then actually come out and say, no, my son's scribbles and scrolls are actually a work of art to the level that Jackson Pollock's first handful of paintings were. And I think that is absolutely nuts. But Unsolicited Opinions, once again, is a better man. And he says, hi, Ludovic. Thanks for responding. Firstly, fan of your work, and in particular, the halftime and the thought that went into it. Halftime is another model, another design by Ludovic Balloir. I'd wear this watch with pride if I were you. Again, he's being absolutely charitable. But I wouldn't presume that my kids' scrolls hold the same appeal to anyone else. Expecting others to shell out 108,000, that is Swiss francs, by the way, before VAT, with the expectation that, like Jackson Pollock's work, this will be appreciated for the genius that is at some point in the future takes watch limited edition drop culture and the associated marketing a step too far. Look forward to your future release. Peace emoji. I like this guy. I appreciate him. In fact, I'm going to give him a follow just for this level-headed and based opinion, as the young people say. Al says the purple ball of yarn at the bottom of the dial is kind of fetching. I think that's actually the most insulting part of the design, because that purple ball of yarn takes away something extremely functional and puts absolute fluff in its place. Because when you look at just a plain Jane Balloir upside down, what you have at 6 o'clock is often small seconds. Oops. Good God. All right. What the hell is happening? Sorry about that, guys. Seem to be fumbling a little bit. There you go. That's what you have at 6 o'clock. So for me, that part you called fetching, Owl, with all due respect to you, I think is the most atrocious part of the so-called design of the Series Gaga, because it takes away something that is quite brilliant and functional, right? Imagine a jumping hour watch that synchronizes every single part of its time-telling indications on the dot, right? That it flips to the next hour at, in this case, 10:59:59, that's fireworks, and you took that away from the watch. All right, so let's get to another interesting uh, release that just came out, which I don't actually have a strong opinion on, but it is an interesting collaboration of AP with a design house, with a fashion brand that belongs to the American Matthew Williams. And it is basically a 4-piece collection with an additional design that will be up for auction for charity purposes in the next few months, if I'm not mistaken. Um, as a Gucci Mane fan, I'm kind of curious why this brand is called 1017 Alex 9SM. 1017, as you guys know, is kind of Gucci's tagline, the name of his brand, the sequence of numbers that is included on his Instagram account, Lafleur 1017. Apparently, it was the number on the house of his grandfather when he was growing up in Alabama. So it's been at the heart of his inspiration. So I wonder where 1017 came here. At least Adam 22 was nice and honest to recognize that he took the No Jumper name, that the No Jumper brand from Gucci Mane's verses. So I hope if there's a similar inspiration here that gets recognized ultimately. These are basically two Royal Oak offshore designs, two reduced sized pieces in 37 millimeters and two 41 millimeter pieces. Sorry, let me rephrase that. These are two time and date, two chronograph designs. The Royal Oak versions consist of 37 millimeter time only three-hander with a gold dial that has the same grain brushed finish with a mirror polished rejo that somehow extends that proximity of polished versus brushed surfaces that define so much of the Royal Oak design to the entirety of the piece, that extends that principle of contrast to the face of the watch, which I think is beautiful. I kind of I'm actually charmed by the design of the face more than anything. Not necessarily the inscriptions, but you certainly need something to counterbalance, to be absolutely honest, the signature of the brand that's right around 12 o'clock. Because after all, you have removed the date window, you have removed all the indices in this particular case. You just have the three hands, the signature of the brand, and at 6 o'clock, you also have the signature of the designer. And I think that serves as a nice counterbalance to everything that you have, which is not much, at the top of the dial. I believe each model comes in two options, one yellow gold, one white gold. I think the white gold 37 millimeter might well be the winner. I think it's one of the purest versions imaginable. Let me see. If I'm not imagining, I thought I saw. I thought I saw this in white gold. St. Peter, thank you so much for the bright future shades. Hey, it's just my eye that's messed up, but thank you for thank you for thank you for the nice words. St. Peter says 1017 Brick Squad. That's right. That's right. First day out. We have been there from the first day out. So it says okay. So basically the Royal Oak time and the Royal Oak chronograph are in yellow gold, and the Royal Oak offshore pieces, which are both in 42 millimeters and which kind of work with a similar aesthetic of a puristic design, they have been executed in white gold. This is the 41 millimeter Royal Oak chronograph. Again, the dial is nothing but a brushed grain surface that matches, especially in its contrast or in its interplay with the mirror polish Rejo, with the rest of the watch. And you have the 3 chronograph hands that seem to be free floating on the surface of this dial because the subdials themselves have been eliminated. There is once again no date window, just the hand for hour and minutes, and of course the centrally deployed chronograph hand, the seconds hand. Once again, the raised signature of the brand in this case, which balances out the engraved signature for the designer. When it comes to the Royal Oak offshores, you also have a chronograph, again in 42 millimeters, that follows along the same lines, again with a satin brushed dial, chronograph hands that seem like they are almost floating, with the caveat, of course, that they now take the layout that is more traditional to the Royal Oak offshore, namely 6, 9, 12, with an aperture with a window for the date at 3 o'clock and with an applied AP initials logo right next to it. G. Gadwa says, I could definitely see Lord bumping, so I see down. Hey, man. That was my jam. But I think you should also, I hope you can also see me bumping Truth, you know, since it's not a diss track, it's just the truth. You know, I have that energy when I address my enemies. So I love the guy. Unapologetically, unironically, Gucci's my dude. I loved his music. I loved his energy. He was great, back in 2006. He was great when he last came out of, when he last came out, and has been straight, has been a family man. Great inspiration. Couldn't have, couldn't find a better role model, I have to say. Love him. Both pieces have, rather, all four pieces, of course, have automatic movements. The 37 millimeter time only piece, the three-hander in yellow gold, is powered by caliber 5909 with a power reserve of 60 hours. The 41 millimeter Royal Oak chronograph, which we were looking at just a second ago, right here, is powered by 4409, which has a 70-hour power reserve. And the offshore chronograph actually happens to be a flyback chronograph. For caliber 4404. And it is available in both white golds and I think also in yellow gold. As you can see, the cases are engraved on the back with a limited edition inscription. And they also have custom, partially open worked rotors for the self-winding mechanisms that carry the signatures of the same collaboration as well. Sam Davidson. Hey, nice to see you, man. Very, very nice to see you. St. Peter. Lemonade, baby. Yellow everything. That's right. And Gucci was at his best, at his most obnoxious, for sure. But again, I do respect him a lot, and I like him just as much still. Again, I think, these watches have elements that appeal to me a lot personally, especially the 37 millimeter in yellow gold. I think if this also had a white gold counterpart, it might honestly be one of the most iconic AP models for me, Royal Oak designs for me, which, might be a little paradoxical, but I think that is actually a great aesthetic. I just don't necessarily like yellow gold watches. I can imagine this being much more attractive to me in white gold, but in yellow gold, I think it actually extends a very important principle of the Royal Oak design to the face of the watch, and it is absolutely brilliant. I am a little less, um, I think, enthusiastic about the chronographs because they seem to me as examples where form supersedes function, which I'm sure was partly, at least, the designer's intent. I think it's cool when you're just looking at it to see those chronograph hands floating on the surface of the watch, on the face of the watch. However, why are they there on the first place, right? It's not, we talk a lot about chronographs not being the most legible and readable genre of the watches, and this takes it all away. Um, so I think the most appealing version is by far the 37 millimeter Royal Oak in yellow gold, self winding. Um, and I'm not so sure about the chronographs, um, because once again, as cool as they seem on the face of it, I'm not sure if I would actually want to own a chronograph that's just not readable. And you can, of course, say a whole bunch of things about how, oh, we don't even use these functions. It's really an aesthetic. When is the last time you used your chronograph to time anything? Um, I do use it to time things when I cook, um, but again, that's neither here nor there. When it comes to the aesthetic, I highly countenance it. I think sports watches, by and large, especially worn by pedestrians, by civilians like us, are ultimately about a certain aesthetic. Uh, all of that being said, I think you can take it too far, and this is one of those instances. Here's the one of a kind model, which is a very interesting execution of a two-tone. Let's see, by the way, what the pricing on these pieces actually is. The time only in yellow gold is 73,500. The Royal Oak chronograph is actually 90,400. The Royal Oak offshore chronograph is 111,500 in yellow gold and in white gold. The one of a kind model is actually a version of the Royal Oak chronograph in a two-tone execution. It is, as I mentioned, going to be auctioned off for charity purposes. Just like every other example of this design that we looked at, it has a gold dial, which in this case is PVD coated in black, finished with the same technique of grain brushing, right? Which is to say that in the other examples, the yellow gold ones were matched with a yellow gold dial. The white gold ones were matched with the white gold dial. In this case, you have a stainless steel piece with yellow gold accents with the caliber 4409, 41 millimeter Royal Oak chronograph that is going to be auctioned off for charity. That's going to be in Tokyo to benefit the two NGOs, Kids in Motion and Right to Play. This would be my pick of the litter. For the tune of $75,000. It might still be a little too much, a little too rich for my blood, but still very interesting. Robert Wood says, good evening. The chrono is unreadable. Precisely my point, Robert. I couldn't agree more. If I'm going to pay $111,000, I would like to be able to use it for its intended function, which you can't with this watch. I think 100%. I can't even say more. Robert Wood says, I used my chrono tonight to time my martini shaking time. I prefer it stirred, but that's a good use. That's absolutely cool, Robert. I appreciate that. Sam Davidson says, these new APs remind me of a Casio mode watch, to be honest. I can see that. I can understand the aesthetic. I'm not a huge fan of Casio G-Shocks. I think some of the regulars on this channel know that already, so I'm not going to belabor the point. I have to say, again, independently from the price tags, independently from the price point, from a functional perspective, as Robert repeated, I just can't really get on board with the chronographs in this series. But the time-only watch, it's, I mean, you know, I don't care what it looks like. It's perfection. For my taste, I would rather have it, you know, in stainless steel. If it has to be precious metal, in white gold or whatever else, then we can, you know, we can see about it. We can see if we can make a deal or something like that. But yeah, yellow gold, it's just not my style. But I think for me, this is an absolute hitter. It is a great looking watch in the three-hander version, but all right, let's get to it. Let's get to the main course. Let's get to the main dish. Oh, one second, one second. I have one more thing. I have one more thing. You guys remember just again uh, a couple of days ago we were talking about this unique dashboard clock that was installed in a custom Rolls-Royce drop tail, a Royal Oak concept that served a Royal Oak concept chronograph GMT, just to be specific, that served as the dashboard clock of this custom Rolls-Royce drop tail that was commissioned, I think, to the tune of almost $30 million. One with the name of Black Baccarat. And as it turns out, that Vacheron Constantin wasn't going to let that sit for too much long, wasn't going to let it simmer without showing off their dashboard clock for another seriously cool coach build Rolls-Royce. It's a piece called Armillery Tourbillon, which was built for another coach built Rolls-Royce, one that is called Amethyst Droptail this time, which apparently is a one-of-a-kind coupe that reportedly cost $25 million. And in this case, much like Hodinki's Mark Kauslarich dreamed about, this is a pocket watch that is, for the most part, adopting a traditional aesthetic, even as it has some interesting industrial details that are quite stunning. This is a picture from the construction of that double axis tourbillon, the movement that goes into that pocket watch that was used in this amethyst drop tail. It's a watch that also matches in some way. And it is once again designed as a collaboration, as a three-way design process that included the customer who commissioned the car, Rolls-Royce, and the watch brand Vacheron Constantin. So here is the copy by Watches by SJX in an article written by Russell Sheldrake. While the watch itself is very interesting when considering the development of the movement, construction, and finishing, perhaps the most noteworthy part of this watch is the collaboration between the two old brands, Vacheron Constantin and Rolls-Royce. Obviously, such coming together would have never been possible if it wasn't for the client, if it weren't for the client, who is believed to be one of the car makers' biggest. It is also believed that it is the same client who has just completed a very similar project with Rolls-Royce and Audemars Piguet, where a removable Royal Oak Concept chronograph GMT has been mounted in the dash of a red drop tail. Oh my God. That's so crazy. So the same person ordered these two cars, both the Black Baccarat and the Amethyst drop tail, and they also chose a specific kind of watch for each one of them. The rose themed Red Beauty got the AP Concept split second chronograph GMT with, again, those red details. And this piece got the double axis armillary tourbillon with purple accents for the amethyst drop tail. The movement itself is not original, so it's not created from scratch for this particular piece. It was seen before in Vacheron Constantin reference 57 to 60, the most complicated watch in the world, but here it has been simplified with and executed with pleasing symmetry. The movement plates are treated and they are purple, and they match the amethyst drop tails interior. This is how the watch looks in the car. And somehow, I think, against the look of this dashboard, which is much more classical, much more conservative compared to those abstract rose petal designs of the Black Baccarat, I think the pocket watch seems even more fitting. And there you can see the double axis tourbillon, which should be a delight to observe in work. As you see, it's been also ennobled with a magnifier of sorts on the crystal over it, which is great. Both of the hands are retrograde, both the hour hand and the minute hand, which of course fits the theme that Vacheron Constantin set as their key tone for, or keynote, I wanted to say, since last Watches and Wonders. Hey, St. Peter, if you were talking about the 1017 Alex, I'm not sure if it already sold. If you have a link for it, I think you're an admin on the channel, so feel free to post it in the chat so we can all avail ourselves from it. St. Peter says about the person who commissioned both of these custom Rolls-Royce drop tails, as well as the two unique dashboard clocks by Audemars Piguet and Vacheron Constantin, Ultimate Bowler. Wonder what their significant others look like. No comment. I think they might have more than one. Just like they have two of the same car in different colors and with different customizations, if you know what I mean. And I'm saying this kindly. You know what? I guess this is all too predictable, but I like this watch. I like this uh, tourbillon better than the split second chronograph GMT that was housed in that atrocious Royal Oak Concept case, um, with all due respect. But I will once again insist that I thought that watch fit the vibe of that particular car so well. Um, and there's something quite charming about the idea that you can just take it from there and strap it on your wrist. It's kind of like a superhero action sequence. And I also appreciate the fact that they had that custom engraved white gold coin that could serve as a placeholder for the watch. I'm sure here too you can take away the watch from the position that it occupies on the dashboard. But you know, a pocket watch or alternatively a stopwatch in that kind of context of a particular kind of car always had that kind of function, that sort of modularity anyway. So that seems um, less spectacular for that reason. An interesting inclusion inside this caliber, watches by SJ continues, is the diamond-coated silicon pallet lever, something the brand has used in the past, but only in the unique pieces from Les Cabinotiers. Les Cabinotiers is the custom built program of Vacheron Constantin. I don't know who necessarily has access to it. I don't know what kind of paces you have to go through, what kind of purchase history you have to have with the brand to be able to order a one-of-a-kind piece from that program. But it has existed for quite some time. The hours and minutes are, as I mentioned, both indicated with retrograde hands, with, of course, the minute hand snapping back to 0 at the top of the hour, and the hour hands flipping back from 12 to 0 again at midnight and at noon. And you have the double axis tourbillon at the traditional 6 o'clock place in an oversized cage that is quite a visual delight. And I think that sort of retrograde indication also makes what is otherwise pretty much a very traditional pocket watch look more like a stopwatch, look more like an instrument that fits the dashboard of this car. I actually appreciate it even better, being already a fan of retrograde complications. The armillary tourbillon is executed all in stainless steel in this case, 43.8 millimeters in diameter and a smidgen under 20 millimeters thick. And it is mounted on a holder on the dashboard, which has a white gold back with a sunburst guilloche design that resembles the Maltese cross. Here is another look to the back of the watch, which has those purple bridge plates with very nice and bold striping to accentuate them, to ennoble them, to decorate them. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It did sell. We will update the audience. Yes, the link does work. By the way, Saint Peter. The crown is at 12 o'clock, which looks quite fitting for the aesthetic, but also, of course, for obvious reasons of accommodating the particular movements. It's the caliber 1990 with, again, double retrograde for the hour and minute hands, a spherical tourbillon that rotates on two axes. The two spheres that make the tourbillon cage are shaped so that every 15 seconds the image of the Maltese cross appears. Inside the cage, you will find a cylindrical balance spring which beats at 18,000 beats per hour. 18,000 semi-oscillations per hour. 58 hours of power reserve at full crank for this one-of-a-kind tourbillon dashboard clock. And it also comes with a similar looking placeholder. So you have something to show in this spot if you want to take your watch with you. Please hit the like button, by the way. It helps a great deal. And following up on that 1017 Alex collaboration with AP, apparently the two-tone chronograph already sold. And by already, we really mean just yesterday in Japan for about $1 million US. A collaboration, once again, between Audemars Piguet and 1017 Alex 9 SM, which is Matthew Williams, the American Matthew Williams's brand, who is a streetwear guy. If you ever had any doubt, I think the aesthetic kind of bears it out. And St. Peter, I mean, if you're around, you should jump on. So we can talk about Rolex a little bit if you would like. But yeah, any one of you should feel absolutely free to jump on and make this a panel discussion. We learned earlier today that Rolex bought Bucherer, which is their privileged retail partner. let's read Rolex's official declaration, and we go from there. I think Uren Cosmos had that one. Let me see. Ah, there we go. Hey, SP, how are you, man?
Good, good. How are you? How's my audio coming through?
Yeah, perfectly, perfectly. It feels like you're sitting in front of a desktop.
I know I've returned. Well, the problem is I didn't turn it off. So,
So here's Rolex's official release from their newsroom. This is how they summarize it. To preserve the long-standing partnership between the two companies and perpetuate their shared history, Rolex has decided to acquire Bucherer. The watch retailer will keep its name and continue to operate independently. Its integration into the Rolex Group will be effective once the competition authorities have approved the takeover transaction.
competition authorities.
Yeah, I know Switzerland is technically not part of the European Union, but by and large, in Europe, including Switzerland, the competition and antitrust regulation laws are pretty strict. Um, Knowing that the great majority of people who sit on the board of the foundation are lawyers, bankers, or both, I'm sure they have, thought about and figured out every aspect of this deal before they went public with it with their own press release. After all, this wasn't a rumor that was floated. It literally comes from Rolex. I'm sure it will go through, um, even though, you know, they can always run into problems, of course, that they perhaps have not foreseen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Antitrust that's anti-American. So, you know.
You're such an ass, man.
No, it blows my mind to like it just in the first paragraph to have this corporation like acknowledge that like that's an important thing they've taken into consideration because I'm not used to hearing that about any kind of big business, right? So it's just
Yeah.
it's really like it is kind of stunning to me. I mean, I don't look at this these type of mergers and acquisitions that
Mhm.
closely, to be honest. I mean, like I inherently have my reservations about conglomerates and just monopoly in general, right? Because I've seen that specifically with regards to antitrust, that when there is no competition, ultimately the it's the clientele that suffers the most, right? So there is a part of me that's like, should I be concerned?
Yeah.
I don't really know. It's hard to say.
Well, I want to say two things actually. One, I think people don't understand this for one reason or another. Sometimes it's because they perhaps give in to their emotions for or against Rolex, or maybe they're experiencing some sort of audience capture. They want to pander to every single collector, who owns Vacheron or Patek or Audemars Piguet. Um, so they don't want to recognize that Rolex is, by and large, by an incredible margin, the leader of the industry. They are the big brother, and that's a position that they don't only assume, but that is also very simply and in an unproblematic way recognized by all of their competitors. I've used the example before of the most recent Hodinky interview with uh, the Cartier CEO, Cyril Vigneron, who who said exactly this. So the Hodinky interviewer, sorry, he says Cartier is a jeweler and a watchmaker. They're not equivalent in terms of sales, but in terms of what the brand is about, I think they have equal importance. The Hodinky interviewer says, and now one of the largest watchmakers. In fact, we are the number 2 watchmaker. There's another one with a crown. Oh, I've heard of them, says jokingly the Hodinky interviewer. I think Bank Climber, perhaps.
Mhm.
But second to them. And so, from a maison which was not born in watchmaking, it's been remarkable to come to that level. Again, this is already much, right? He's not only giving credit to Rolex, he's also saying this runners up spot seems quite nice. Actually, we're very proud of it. But this wasn't all of it. Actually, later he says this. So Cyril Vigneron says we could sell 5 times more than what we already sell. Ben Clymer says exactly. The choice to limit distribution of a watch such as that is purposeful, no doubt. So how do you grow? How do you become the biggest watchmaker in the world? CV says, hey, stop right there. We will not become the biggest watchmaker because the world has another one which is much, much bigger than us. And we don't have intention to try to compete with them. It's not the ambition. So everyone knows. And there's a reason why Rolex's CEO is the CEO of Watches and Wonders as well. It is a position that everyone accepts, maybe begrudgingly, right? In certain instances. Not everyone likes Rolex to be so crushingly beats the competition in terms of sheer numbers. One in all 3 Swiss watches is sold by Rolex. Most of them actually Rolex. Some of that number includes Tudor branded watches. And what what is good for Rolex by and large is good for the industry. So they don't, as much as their competition knows that they won't catch up to them, Rolex also doesn't want to crush their competition. They still want to compete, but they are at another level, numerically speaking, right? 1.2 with, combining the next 5 spots in terms of the number of sales and revenue barely gets to it. I can pull up the documents while we speak, but what do you think about that?
Uh, it- I mean, I being such a fanboy, it's hard for me to not understand why it is that they're in that position of power, right? Like I look at a product that has been like a true to its design heritage and just an ethos of just trying to improve and staying true and doing it in a very incremental way that allows you to really hone in on what has been successful and just continuing to push that and continuing to push that and focusing in on the branding and even with their their ambassadors, like their brand ambassadors, and they select these filmmakers. To me, it's a no-brainer as to why they have been able to reach that level of success, and the idea of like mass production. uh, how do we do mass production, but in a way where you're still gonna think you're getting this thing that is like a handmade object, you know? And it's odd that like I think a lot of the people out there who don't pay that close attention, but in a lot of ways have kind of bought into the brand, they still think they're getting like, oh, it's like classic, like old world,
Yeah.
like handmade, but like as we all know, but it isn't. Like it's all automated, but
Of course, of
they've
course.
just done such a good job at automating it that it just doesn't even matter, you know.
So here's, by the way, the market share, right? 29.2% in terms of the retail value. This is 2002. Omega, which is usually seen as the competitor, 7.7. Cartier, 7. Patek Philippe, 5.1. AP, 4.7. Longines, 3.9. Richard Mille, 2.7, so on and so forth. So we are talking about a brand that dominates the market to such an extent that if you put its next, 4 or 5 competitors on top of each other, they start barely touching him. So it sounds sometimes comical to me when I see other people commenting on the situation, saying that Rolex is trying to be like Patek Philippe, or they're aspiring to the place of the Holy Trinity. Look, a lot of these brands, whether we are talking about Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet, Vacheron Constantin, or boutique independents like Kari Voutilainen, like FP Jaune, they have a lot to offer. But it is a numbers game when you look at it at this macroeconomic level. And what Rolex does is redefine the entire field, not simply trying to get one over one of their competitors or another. I think we get kind of myopic because we know so much, or because we think we know so much about the horological fine print. Now, that being said, I do want to, as we unpack the discussion, I do want to see aspects of this deal as Rolex perhaps borrowing a page from very successful retail practices by AP, by even Richard Mille. But the volume is so different that they are not even at liberty to copy successful strategies of other brands.
Right. And that, for me, not being part of the kind of Bucherer clientele as of right now, like my first thought when I saw that was like, oh fuck, man, like it, but at the same time I'm thinking like, okay, I'm just really curious to see how this plays out, right? Because I mean, we're talking like this is big money, like really really big money, and like these other companies, like, I was thinking like, okay, like let's just say, like one of the other mega international ADs that's competing. If
Say watches of Swaziland.
exactly exactly,
Yeah.
El Profesor's favorite, his favorite.
My
it,
favorite too, as it happens. Yeah.
it's great, mine too. Hey, why not? But it, if for some reason like, oh yeah, we're gonna like, we're gonna like tighten down the, we're gonna tighten the spigot there a little bit, like you're not really gonna get as much it may be as you would have before. Like, how, like I'm just wondering, like, how exactly does that work from like a political standpoint?
I
Like
think
does a brand like Patek like start to move there? It's just
St. Peter, I wouldn't, I think I wouldn't rush to those kinds of conclusions to begin with. Let me put it this way. Um, I think in the short term, if Rolex's model would start resembling one or another of their competitors or similar brands, it will probably be more like Patek Philippe than Audemars Piguet. What do I mean by saying that? AP over the years, surely, slowly but surely, gradually moved into a boutique exclusive kind of situation. They don't own every single boutique or what they call AP houses themselves. They're not all run by AP headquarters, so to speak, but ultimately they have finally moved on to a model where they have boutiques run by AP, boutiques run by trusted retail partners that sell only AP watches, and then AP houses which focus on an exclusive luxury experience, which take things to another level. Um, Whereas Patek, for example, even though they work on such a limited number of watches compared to Rolex, right? 1.1 million to 75,000. They have three boutiques. I think that's the case, right? They have the Geneva, they have London, they have Paris. And other than that, even when you see Patek branded watch stores that exclusively sell Patek Philippe watches, those are run by authorized dealers that have been their trusted partners for the longest time. So Rolex might finally uh, bite the bullet and go the way that is similar to that, having like a handful of perhaps boutiques run by Rolex, uh, or in the name of Rolex by Bucherer, right? Still, because they insist on this idea that they will remain independent and they will keep their name. Those boutiques may get certain privileges, they may get exclusives, they may get certain perhaps priorities, but I don't think again Rolex would want to cut the tree that they're sitting on, cut the branch that they're sitting on. At the end of the
Mhm.
day, again, what is good for Rolex is good for the industry. What is good for the industry is good for Rolex. They would not want to eliminate all of a sudden their historic network of authorized dealers. They depend on them. They would not want to, in the same way, they would not want to run everyone away from Bukhara. They would not want to chase every other brand away from Bukhara or Tournon, because that's not to their benefit either. They don't want to crush the competition. They want to exist in this thriving ecosystem that will probably survive uh, the worst that may yet to come.
Right. And when I couldn't help but just think of the word biodiversity. Like when you said ecosystem, I was like, man, like this just makes me think of biodiversity in general, right? And it's like it's actually better for, when you think of ecosystems, like it's better when there is more biodiversity, because when you run out of a food source, you know, everything feeds on something else, right? So, when certain species start dying off, it's like, well, you have less options for dinner at that point. You know,
Hey, Oz.
Ozzy,
How you
how are
doing,
you?
man?
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. All I say is Platona.
Yeah, but look, I
It's
mean,
coming
this
my
guy,
way. They're not going to let any Platonas go to anything other than an AD starting with the letter B.
the,
Good for you.
the
Good
funny
for you.
thing is, this guy either always plays his cards right, or he is so blessed. He has been such a wonderful person his entire life that he gets everything right in terms of allocations. Because as you guys know, Ozzy has been one of the privileged customers of Bucherer in Las Vegas. In fact, he relocated to Las Vegas uh, from another end of the country just to patronize them, and
Exactly.
his efforts
There was
have
no
been.
Bucheras up where I was living before, and it was okay. It was an AD that also started B, but they were bad.
Hmm.
So yeah, Booker and Rolex forever. That's awesome.
Can I show your picture of the Bukhara party
Yeah,
from the Discord if I can find it?
yeah, absolutely. So overall, I'm excited, but I think like what our academic friend mentioned, I think is the most interesting aspect, and that is Rolex in their catalog has had a really big issue that basically everything is no longer soft. There's no garbage to manage. And for some reason, they don't want Tudor to be that garbage. They want that as a separate brand for some reason. Um, so now that they've got Bucherer, they've got all these other brands that they can sell. The shitters like Cartier and Megas. They can sell those to the people who are too poor, and then the VIPs can hoard all of the special allocation Rolexes.
It's Ozzy. I can, like, from the way you speak, I can already tell that you have been spending too much time talking to Meech the last couple of
Yeah,
weeks.
exactly. Plus, you're going off on those Hawaiian shirts also. So
I know. Someone bought me this for my 40th birthday, the white one you're seeing there. And then my wife thought it would be a good idea to get me a couple more. So I'm like, all of a sudden, I've switched from polo shirts to something way more vibrant than actually my personality. Although maybe it's more fitting. I don't know.
I like the chalks compared to the Crocs as well. So I
hmm
think this is
that's an
pretty cool.
improvement. That's an improvement.
Oh, could you pull up the AC2? Not AC3. Can you pull up the AC2?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Your new shoes, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. So I ordered some new shoes to improve my look, and I'm a big fan of the brand. I'm not being facetious. I'm a big fan of this brand. I've just been
Actually,
waiting for the product.
one second. My connection seems to be crapping out. So if you can pull it out, I'll try to put it up, and as you guys start
It's like,
talking about it, I can restart perhaps.
no,
Can you
it's okay. But we can continue talking.
Right. I'll
Yeah.
be right back.
So,
Well,
so Peter, what have you been saying? So I only just came back from going out. I visited my AD, not the Bucherer one actually.
right.
The one that's going to get the shaft. I went to them to commiserate, and then
Well, I've been planning. So I talked to YB about this offline a couple days ago, but it's been a while. You know, I had to move, right? You remember you were part of this conversation. I was like, do I buy a house? Do I keep renting? Whatever. And so that was a big thing. I ended up staying in the city and I continued renting to stay close to my partner and, continue that relationship and everything. Um,
yeah,
but,
I'm
like,
glad to be still renting. Like it's like my life. I don't know what happens in the next 6 months, honestly. Like where I'll be and what happens. So not having to offload a huge asset is good.
believe me, man, I feel you. I'm also feeling this pressure. It's like familial pressure because my brother just sold his house, which he made like 100% profit on in like 5 years. you know. So like my family's like, look at what your brother did, like, you know, like it's this whole, and it's just our lifestyles are completely different, and our values, you know, our values and where we see ourselves are just totally different. So it's kind of like apples and oranges, but at the
It's
same
a
time,
weird one because everyone's very aware of how much on paper money someone has made with real estate typically, like if it's especially if it's their own home. And it's sort of like, but you don't get to see my stock portfolio, you know.
right.
So like, you know, it's very stealthy whether or not you've actually put money together in the meantime. But when it comes to family, you know, in general, they're older, so they end up applying pressure, even though like they don't really know anything about it. They're not invested. They're basically telling people what to do with their own money. It's like,
Right. And I'm just, you know, I'm just resenting the previous generation for being like, where is the house you were supposed to leave me? Like, when's that
yeah,
happening? You know, and they're like, oh well, like they're giving me shit about not being able or not having my own. Like, of course I could have my own, but I don't right
yeah,
now because of my choice and my situation. But I'm like, but where's the one you were supposed to give me? Isn't that what like aren't you supposed to? You know,
yeah.
you never really own a house. You just look after it for the next generation, you know, like
Good one. Good one. That's a nice meta commentary right there.
but that's it, you know. I mean, we're talking about these things, and you know, I believe that that, you know, that's what it is. Like it's not about, you know, it's not about flippability. Like it's about a long term, you know, a long term thing that you pass on to other generations,
Mm.
you know. So but oh sorry, I YB, when you dropped off, I was telling him, but so yeah, so Aussie, like I'm like, I finally have worked up the point of with the move and getting settled and, you know,
Yeah.
getting all my shit together. It's like I haven't been very proactive with collecting because it's like I just
Right.
can't do this right now, right? So
Okay.
like I finally have decided like, okay, I'm going to register my interest, which is like,
Yeah.
it's a big deal for me because the last time I went in there, which was a long time ago now, like a lot longer probably than it should have been considering the marketplace I'm in, they were
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you are a valued customer. Like, we want to help you out. We could potentially help you get something that's a little bit harder to get." And so it was basically like this open door of like, "Hey, what do you like? What do you want?" And I'm just like, I wasn't in a position to be like, "Yeah, I want this," because it would have been irresponsible for me should it have been available. You know,
Right.
even in the near future, it would have been an irresponsible thing for me to do. So I said, and to be honest, I actually, the thing I would have said then is different than what I'm planning on saying.
Mm.
So I just had to be like, yeah, I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
You know? But so now I'm like, oh, okay, like now I need to go. You know, I'm like, I realize like at some point in time, it's like you have to do this because I'm totally cool with it taking, like, who knows how long it could take. It could be a couple months.
Right.
I don't really care, but if I never actually engage, like it's just not going to happen. So, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to plan it out. Doesn't happen overnight. And I felt it too. Like I've got opportunities here that I don't pursue because I can't invest the time. It's just too much. Like I've been talking about AP for the last I don't know 8 months maybe, and there's two ADs here. I've talked to one. It's really that's it. Like the other one's probably the better opportunity, but I just don't have the time to focus on that. And I just got a new Rolex AD at Bucherer. I mean SA, and honestly, I need to put in a little bit of the groundwork there because I'm asking for a platinum Daytona. So that
Mhm.
doesn't happen by accident. So just in terms of time commitment, I can't actually pursue every opportunity. But I told my wife this evening, like I should do the AP thing because if I want one in 12 months, and that's a good time frame that I could want one, I need to be talking to them today. Like it's not going to happen overnight, you know. So I need to be talking to them already. So I really need to just kick the ball already.
Circling back to that, I think again, it's not a coincidence. I don't think Rolex, as it's been implied before, just ended up buying Bucherer because it was put on sale, because that they couldn't miss up that opportunity. I think it was very calculated, that it wasn't a coincidence that they rolled out their certified pre-owned program with them. And I have in fact said, guys, they are testing out the future of a boutique model. That's exactly what I said. But again, I want to clarify here too, it's not a boutique exclusive model. They will use Bucherer as perhaps a privileged front. They have, after all, some 100 locations globally, if you include Tournon, which they have acquired in 2018. That's North American. They have had their own stores in Switzerland, the UK, Austria, Denmark, Germany. And ultimately, I think they will probably use some of those stores to sell Rolex, perhaps even exclusively. Certainly, they will give priorities, perhaps even certain perks and exclusive models to those stores, but I don't.
And to certain people as well.
Absolutely. but I don't think that at this volume, I don't think they would want to destroy their established dealers network and just try to go with about 100 sales points globally. I don't think that's enough for Rolex. I don't think that's a transition
100%.
that you can manage in short time.
So my wife asked me what I think will happen. And here's my take as a good customer of Bucherer over the last couple of years. And I've been in their face on a near weekly basis. So I've seen a lot of changes. Here's my take is that there won't be any short-term changes because all of the things that Rolex want Bucherer to do, they have been doing it in the last 2 years. So I've seen a lot of changes at Bucherer, from personnel to management to the type of establishment that they want it to look like visually. So the new time machine at Las Vegas is now the world's largest watch store on the planet, and it's gorgeous. And they're doing, pre-owned APs and Rolex gem set models and stuff like that. And they have the Rolex section and 15 VIP rooms and stuff like that. So they've been doing it, and it includes like new positions. So there's a new SA position that I'm still trying to understand. So it's called a Rolex ambassador, and they're like designated SAs that have exclusive Rolex training, and that purchases of Rolexes are only done via the ambassadors and not the other SAs. Mm-hmm. Although if you have established relationships with the other SAs, it can still, they can still work it out. But effectively, what I've seen is a business that looked like it sort of played loosey-goosey with everything to one that's definitely a lot more corporate and a little bit more, how do we say, process-driven, as in they have a lot more things to go over. It's not just a watch with a price tag on it. And they have specific things that they want to see, including last year, the opening of the Rolex only boutique. So that it's a combination of things that they want. But I think the reason that they've purchased Bucherer is because they've executed on the plan, probably at the direction from Rolex, like immediately. Like, make sure nothing funny is going with those allocations. Make sure you're selling to good customers like Aussie Expat. And and if you do that, we'll make an exit for your investors.
And again, once again, just to put it in terms of scale, even though Bucherer has now 99 years of partnership with Rolex, even though they are, in fact, I think even slightly bigger than Watches of Switzerland, overall amount to their biggest retail partner. I think that still amounts to about 5% as far as as the numbers that I could find. So, again, even if they have some sort of sinister plans as introducing, supposedly, again, I don't think that's the case, their own boutique model, ultimately, that's not something they can roll out very quickly at all, because what they acquired is technically only a 20th of their entire distribution numbers. So Rolex is even, Rolex is bigger than what Rolex can consciously keep in check, rein in, and control in such a meticulous way, even though they give it their best shot.
Can we pull up some hot Carlef Bucherers so that we can see what are the pieces we should be seeking now that they're part of the Rolex?
Rainbow, you got to go for the Rainbow Tourbillon.
Of course.
Rainbow Tourbillon?
Don't they have a Rainbow Tourbillon?
I want to also...
I've seen it. It's beautiful.
I want to also emphasize that, by the way, so Bucherer, as you guys know, has had their own watches for quite a while that they brand after their founder, Karl F. Bucherer. And they do have, within those watches, they do have some interesting technology, some models that have excited people who have ultimately probably made the decision of not buying those watches, because what the fuck is a Karl F. Bucherer watch? But they do have very interesting chronograph movements. They have in the past bought THA, the famous Technique Horlogère Appliquée that Vienne Alter, François Paul-Jean, and Denis Flageolet built. They have their proprietary peripheral rotor system. So there are all these different technologies, single button chronographs, flyback chronographs, so on and so forth.
Oh, yeah.
That we might see integrated into the Rolex line, or perhaps even Tudor line eventually. So that is important. That brand itself is now part of Rolex. That brand, which had its manufacturer, which has a good archive of interesting and complicated movements, is now part of the Rolex family.
I think the Karl F. Bucherer thing is like one of the weirdest ones. I imagine that they don't make watches in any way, shape, or form similar to the way that Rolex and Tudor make their watches. And you're right. Like Karl F. Bucherer is a really, really, honestly, a very confused brand. Because on the one end of the scale, they go with like time only piece, very, very good entry level piece, sporty, John Wick, co-brand, easy entry point. But then they're also doing like tourbillons that look just crazy with, you can see clear all the way through. And the special, that second one there, that peripheral technology. So there was a Karl F. Bucherer event that I went to recently, and I spoke to the watchmaker there, and I talked to him mostly about cheese, but we did look at this peripheral thing for a while. It is really cool, but it allows you to see the movement very clearly in a way that like the small rotor would on, say, a Patek, but this isn't even taking up the space of even a small rotor. It's very efficient.
I really like peripheral rotors, like I think just as a mechanical thing, and they're really cool.
Oz, this seems to be a pattern with you, by the way. Like, you slide into porn stars' DMs and talk to them about a bunch of random shit, anything but sex. You talk to watchmakers, but you talk about cheese. That's like your MO.
Yes, it's true. You gotta level the playing field. You gotta connect somewhere. I'm not a watchmaker. It's not gonna happen, But I could talk about I miss Switzerland, and
no, it's slick. It's slick. I'm not actually, I'm I'm cracking a joke, but I'm not trying to make fun of you, because again, you know,
Mhm.
we are learning from your masterful strategies, man.
You
This is
can't
the way. This is the way to get in.
you
Actually,
can't give away the game. You know, you have to leave them wanting more, right?
Yeah.
If you go to talk someone, and if you go to have a conversation with someone in a professional setting that is clearly transactional, right? And even if you've done the whole like, hey, I'm here, like, you know, we're friends. Yeah, I know you. How are the kids? Like, it's like, we're listen, we're in a place of business, right? And but then you go in there and then you're like, oh yeah, this isn't about transaction at all. It's just about this other really weird thing. You're kind of like, but when is the deal gonna go down, right? You know, it's like, it kind of makes sense, right? You know,
Mhm.
and I like, you know, if you might not describe that, it like, if it's awkward, maybe it's not mysterious, but like in some ways, like it could be mysterious. Like you could do it, you could veil yourself in a type of mystery, you know, by talking about cheese, you know, or talking about some other kind of like esoteric, you know, thing that they're, you know, you could geek out on. But I actually
Yeah,
like I would imagine when people are just inundated constantly on the same bullshit, like whatever the trends are,
exactly.
and it like, it's actually refreshing. Like it's nice to be able to connect with someone on something else, you know, or that's
You also
outside.
got to think like the essays are there, like doing a shift for like the new shifts now here in Vegas are from 2 p.m. till 10 p.m. Like that's just brutal. You
Oof.
know what I mean? And you know, to have someone just talk to you about stuff instead of like the 50 other people they've seen today jonesing for a Daytona with no purchase history. You know what I mean? Like, um, just a there's no script if I go off script. You know, basically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like, when's my Platona coming? He was like, oh, just be patient, blah blah blah. You know, it's like if I don't even talk about that, then it's just, you know,
I, I,
it's.
I
I
mean,
guess it's more fun, more disarming. I guess.
you know, I have to admit, like I actually appreciate, you know, I watched, it was a while, like after we were chatting on the stream, like it was a while before like I started watching your videos, and that wasn't intentional. It wasn't that like, oh, I don't want to watch them, just for whatever
No,
reason, like, there's already so much that I can't get around to. But like I
yeah.
have been watching where you like, where you go through your Excel table, you know, and like your recent videos where you're like, oh, you're like, well, let's look at the market trend, you know, and they're like, here's the bottom line number. It's like
by
that
the
to
way,
me is,
guys, I'm so happy. I just want to welcome this. Of course,
G'day, Dis.
it's been a
is what's
while,
up, man.
but since there is Rolex talk, of course, my beloved this is back. How are you doing,
No, but
man?
I'm wearing my Zen. I'm wearing my Zen.
Oh, come on. You got to show your sub some love today. It's a happy birthday. Rolex and Bucherer.
I
It's
really
a
want to.
wedding. It's a
I
wedding.
want to understand what happened. I know I'm a little late to the party,
Yeah.
but I
Did I
don't.
have Bucherer in Israel?
Not yet.
No, is no Booker in
Okay.
Israel.
So
So my ID is Bucherer. So like
Yeah,
TLDR, TLDR. They're a good ID. Like they've been doing good stuff. They're selling to the right customer, and Rolex decides like let's double down.
Ozzy, you're destroying your own brand.
Put in
Your brand is every man, nice guy, well spoken, analytical mind. You're just being another
right.
obnoxious asshole collector. This is
I
not
mean, like
good.
Uh,
if I wear a Hawaiian shirt and I go there with you, like I'm good, right? Like they're gonna like,
you're in. That's it.
So
You're
this
in.
the TLDR is Rolex basically bought one of their most important retail partners, Bucherer, which they used to introduce their certified pre-owned program last year as well. They have been partners with Rolex since 1924, and globally, in addition to what they own in the Americas, in North America specifically in Toronto, they have about 100 locations. They also have their own watch brand called Karl F. Bucherer, which is integrated into the Rolex family too, with all these situations and status to be fully determined and revealed over time. So we are also, like everyone else, trying to make full sense of it, but this is the gist.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah, Bucherer fine jewelry as well, actually. So it's relatively new to America, but with the new store here in Vegas, there's the entire upper level now, which used to be other watches, the shitters
Mm.
like Casio and Shinola, is now just fine jewelry. And like one of the pieces up there is a necklace. It's somewhere around like $14 million. Like there's just huge rock in the middle of it. It's like, okay, that's a really huge rock, and it's yellow. That's many millions of dollars. So yeah, 14 million.
So what were you saying this?
No, I was just, I mean, like you, I'm trying to understand why, what are they trying to achieve? Like being bigger, obviously.
I think at the
So
simplest. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
go ahead. So I think we can reference the professor here. So come 2020, yeah, around July 2020, you couldn't buy Datejusts anymore. And they successfully turned OP from being the shitter entry watch to being like more desirable and with higher premium multiplier than a Daytona, right? So they no longer had any garbage to sell people and start their journey. And what has been happening in the last few years is you got to buy the jewelry over there, or you got to buy this other watch brand watch to start your experience with Rolex. But Rolex doesn't get the other side of that profitable bundle, right? They sold like 4 watches just so they could sell one Rolex, but all the profit went to the AD, and some of it went to Rolex. And so now, with the purchase of Bucherer of fine jewelry and Karl F. Bucherer shitters, they can sell that stuff to be able to fund the journey
Okay.
and
Can I
house more of the profit.
can I present another perspective? And
Yeah.
again, this is not. Don't take me wrong. I was laughing, but this is actually a pretty good scenario. Once things start actualizing and moving along, I think that is one path that they might take in utilizing Bukhara. But in the first instance, I think it's no different than rolling out their own certified pre-owned program. So ultimately, the aim is to gain more control over how their products are bought and sold at retail and on the secondary market. And the examples in this case, and I wanted to talk about this eventually anyway, so it's good to lay it out there. The examples are AP and Richard Mille, right? Which have, in fact, over the years, have basically become boutique exclusive, right? You can only gain access to their products through either boutiques that are owned by the corporate or boutiques that are owned by their trusted retail partners with whom they have been working in certain instances for decades, right? Which Bukhara is the counterpart for Rolex. So ultimately, what does AP and Richard Mille do? They have, let's say, AP maybe has like 5% share of the entire market, where Rolex has almost 30%. Richard Mille has about 2.1, maybe 2.5%. But that percentage they have, they squeeze to the last bit, right? They get most of that money. They sell less watches, but they make a lot of money, proportionately speaking. So Rolex ultimately is trying to, one second, Ozzy, I'm gonna mute you for a second. They are so Rolex essentially is at least trying to reach that sort of level for one part of their production. And coincidentally, Bucherer actually, even though it's one of their biggest partners, amounts to 5% of what Rolex sells in terms of watches. So they're trying to test out basically a similar model, right? Where they will have boutiques, or they will use Bucherers like boutiques and increase certain kinds of exclusivity, maybe even giving them models that they won't that won't be found elsewhere. And ultimately they will sell more or less the same number of watches for some years to come, with gradual increases as there have been, but with higher price tags. That's my theory.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you. Thank you. Mm. So, how will this affect the watch market?
I think, Ozzy, what do you think? I think in the short term there won't be a significant effect. What do you think, Ozzy?
So as I said, I think Bucherer have in the last couple of years they've been like trying to be a good AD, quote unquote. They sell to end customers, and any scallywag stuff about stuff going back out the back door and stuff like that. It's not happening at Bucherer. At least they've put in every measure that they possibly can to try and achieve that. So ultimately, I think it's only going to affect the very highest end. The stuff that Rolex want to be involved in the allocation of something is where I see it's going to matter. Like with respect to like very special pieces, it's going to matter a lot. Medium to long term, I'd be very scared if I was Watches of Switzerland. I mean, your revenue is a multiplier of whatever Rolex decides to give you, because even their non-Rolex product is being sold because of the Rolex product, right? So ultimately it's MSRP times number of watches Rolex decide to give you, and then maybe some soft filler on the side. Now, if Rolex cut you back by like 5%, who knows how that affects the rest of your sales?
So,
it's
like that's part of my concern, mainly because like that's a store that I decided to shop with. But I'll tell you why I think maybe that's not that big of a deal, and it's because I DM'd an incredibly wealthy and successful, like big time collector who I just followed on Instagram, who I knew was in New York, and I said, "Hey, like I'm this like." I don't know what I'm doing. Where do I start? Right. And they were one of the brands that he recommended. And the one that we're all talking about today was not one of them. Right. And so now it might just be because it's New York and because of the brands that they represent in New York City. And it might just be the people who happen to be part of that organization in New York City. Right. So maybe it's just unique that like it just so happens that this organization in this city, the combination of the people and the people here, they have something kind of going on. But to me, it seems like there are some things like I'm just thinking of like MBNF, for example. Right. So like that's part of that group. And like I don't know what their relationship with Bucherer is, but to me, like, YB knows, like, I hold them very close to my heart as an aspirational figure in this industry in terms of like their scale, but their influence at their scale. And the fact that they would partner with this group, to me, that's an interesting thing. Right. So, yeah, like maybe the big dog's not there, but the MBNF is there. So what exactly does that mean, and how do they part ways? And that same person who I reached out to as a complete stranger also are like, yeah, I don't buy anything from that brand because they're not interesting to me, right? So like that to me, just part of me is freaked out for what you just said, but at the same time, I'm also like, oh yeah, but why is it that I found and became interested in this group? And it's because this person was like, yeah, they're one of the ones. He didn't say only them. He said, check out these two. And it just so happened they were the first store that I walked into. And that's how my experience went. But I have to admit, like when I saw the news today, and it was a meme account that posted it, and I was like, is this a joke? The meme account had to say, this is not a joke. It was like the first thing that they said, but it just so happened that like it was like this joke page, and I was like, what? I was like, it kind of blew my mind.
But
Right.
I mean, again, just to put it out there, this is I just pulled up the brands that Bucherer represents, and we can go to Tourneau and see what they basically represent in the US. It basically includes a lot of the major brands from Richemond's watch brands, a lot of the important brands, again, from the Swatch Group. It also includes Girard-Perregaux. It includes Jacob & Co. It includes L'Épée, those people who make interesting desk clocks, that are in the shape of antique cars and, rowing shells and grenades and whatever else.
Yeah, I've seen these pieces at the new Bucherer. I just want to comment just quickly on
Sure.
Extremely loud. Like, there's no way I would keep it anywhere near my office. Very, very loud.
Ressence, which is a huge hit again with some people who are interested in, again, different ways of design. Oris is there, Norqain is there, and of course Rolex and Tudor, Ulysse Nardin. So it's basically just about anyone except for, I can't see Omega anymore. What happened to Omega?
Oh dear, where's my Ed White? I'm fucked.
Hey, speaking of Omega, and just because I'm normally the Omega hater, but
you are?
Yeah, just because of the branding and like the anyway, I'm not gonna go on, but I'm praise tonight.
No, don't worry, I don't buy Chinese watches either.
Those gem set Speedies. Like I've seen like some like higher res videos of those, like there's like the rainbow one, there's like the one that's like the bezels like all like whatever, like high quality white clear diamonds with the diamond baguette indexes. Like I don't know, man, like those, for whatever reason, like I've seen those and I'm like, those are cool. And I know it's not like the core, like the people who are hardcore like Speedy heads, I think they were first turned off by those things, but I actually think they're pretty interesting.
So
the brand list here is very cool. Like you see the H. Moser. It's really, I've seen these watches now. It's fantastic that they're carrying them.
This is good. They have Chanel also. That's interesting.
Yeah, this is Tourneau. So these are the brands that they present technically in the US. But there's Patek additionally. I think Moser was in Europe as well, in Bucherer as well. I just skipped over and didn't mention them. Chanel is here. Here, for example, you don't have a lot of the, except for Cartier, JLC, and IWC. Seemingly, you don't have some of the other Richemond brands, but I may have missed them.
I think it's see more down below. I'm not sure.
Click on that.
Let's see. No, for example, I think Vacheron in the US mostly deals with its own boutiques. I think maybe
they used to have Vacheron. They lost it in the reopening at my boutique. at Bucherer in Vegas. So they used to have it, and then with the new opening, it was a brand they lost. They picked up other brands, but it's they picked up Omega. Is that a good trade?
No way.
Lose Vacheron, pick up Omega. I don't know.
What are you kidding?
He is kidding.
I mean, Nomos. I have a soft spot in my heart for Nomos.
Me too. I don't know why. I've never really owned one of their watches, but I always have a lot of love for Nomos, and I especially love their Zurich, the world time piece, which is more like a GMT, I guess, but it has the aesthetic of a world time watch, and I really, really do like that.
What do you think the relevance of the order of watch brands we see here is?
The Pantheon, kind of like Zeus, the Titans, and everyone else, I guess. I don't know.
Well, clearly, it's going like the way that you read English text, right? Like it's top left to the right. Like start with the big one, go to the right. Odd that to me, it's funny that like Chanel's like all the way in the lower right hand corner. Because like, yeah, I don't know. Like, Ozzy, were you asking about the layout? Like how they have the brands laid out?
Yeah, like I mean, if a brand ever gets to say where they're positioned, this is like one of those things where they, because any one of these companies, like, hey, what the hell? You put us next to Hublot. We're all the way in the corner. What are you doing?
By the way, I really like FFM French Fries Monster. So I want to bring up some of the things that he brought up, some of the points which we have not necessarily addressed, but they might seem sentimental or metaphysical at this level. I still think it might be a good marketing angle, at least for Rolex. Bucherer is a family-owned business and partner of Rolex for a long time. Yes, since 1924. So it's going on to their centenary by next year. But there's not a descendant of the current owner. I think Jörg Bucherer is the honorary president now, though not the CEO, and he's not actually leading the brand in a meaningful way, but he is the figurehead for sure. And Mr. French Fries Monster says that they probably offered a good deal to Rolex in order that their legacy continues. Possibly, but I think what Ozzy has been saying is a lot more relevant in this case. I think Bucherer was also not only simply a royal dealer for Rolex, but I think they have also done well in applying the kind of rules that Rolex was trying to dictate from up top against the flippers, against the leakages to the gray market. I think that must have counted for something, because I know for a fact, again, I can't necessarily point to my source, but I know for a fact that other networks like Watches of Swaziland or Sanduki and Sons have betrayed Rolex's trust multiple times over the last decade or so when it comes to these kinds of issues. So if they were going to choose one particular network to buy, in addition to their global reach, I think the kind of trust they have established in terms of their partnership with Rolex must have been valuable to Rolex to recommend Bucherer to them. And hey, P Cars, nice to see you, man. GB Vol, you're welcome. Ivor, nice to see you too.
Okay, sorry, it's a school night for me, so I need to jump. It was a real pleasure to see everyone on the panel here, and
really was.
exciting times. But I don't think it'll mean too much right just yet.
Don't worry. The Platona is in the mail.
I think it is coming. I really genuinely
Next
believe
month.
that this is gonna, as always, this is gonna benefit Aussie the most, and he's gonna get the allocation that he is
I mean,
desired.
can
That's
you
right.
imagine just being able to get one of those things? Like, I don't know. I mean, that's incredible, man. My fingers are
Yeah,
crossed.
I applied for a new credit card yesterday, so I think between 7 or 8 credit cards, I could probably have the purchase done. So I'm well on my way. Whenever the credit card companies are willing to give me a credit card, I just say, okay, that's good. That one's going to go in the safe and have its balance clean, ready for the big show. And I bought a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle wallet. And it will be a real pleasure to use that wallet to purchase such a fine piece.
Mm-hmm. It's
Amazing.
gonna be great, man. I just want to hold it. You feel the weight of those, like I held like when you hold like a solid platinum date. You know, it's
Picard
like,
says, "I just got Bucherer credit card offer."
Oh, you're right. That's actually a real thing. Wasn't there someone in Discord talking about? No, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Interesting.
I believe it.
Yeah. It is. It is. There is a car left, but I looked at it. The actual issue is like Cominetti, which do a lot of these brand credit cards. So I'm not. Yeah, I don't think it automatically gives you like status like the Caesar's rewards card does. It's an automatic Bucherer VIP if you get their store credit card.
I'm sure it doesn't. I'm sure it doesn't hurt.
All right, thank you guys, and enjoy.
Thank you, Aussie.
Take care, man.
See ya.
We miss you, man. Come back often.
Will do.
He's got to get those. He's got to get those full sleeve tattoos like Waco for pairing with that Hawaiian shirt.
That's right. That's right. I think that is the style. Although Ronnie makes fun of denim shirts, which he wears conspicuously, and like old school military supply jackets. He says that's the watch salesman uniform. So that's.
I mean, I could that like the.
And that is my style too. So
but like I just couldn't help but notice like the most recent talking watches with Goldberger, like it's like both Ben and John were wearing like that faded like denim jacket or whatever. Like I was like,
yeah.
Like, is this coordinated? Like, why do they both look the same?
It's not coordinated. It's just a lot of the watch collectors have been copying Goldberger's style, so it may have been complete coincidence, but the styles are a little different. Like Goldberger is wearing just a classic sports jacket made out of denim cloth, whereas Ben is wearing an outright denim jacket, kind of like a chore styled like a chore coat, maybe, kind of, but I have to see the full length.
I ordered a sweater this evening in August.
Well, I mean, you get the weather. I have like dozens and dozens of sweaters here that I don't get to wear. Like every season I get about 4 or 5 stabs, and after that it's done. But by the way, so circling back to what you were saying, St. Peter, honestly, I don't think in the short term this will affect much, like simple allocations, because we talked behind the scenes, we caught up a little bit, and you want your Submariner and you're probably going to go no dates, as you mentioned it, right?
Hmm.
I mean, I think for an allocation like that, I don't think it's going to make much of any difference. My guess is if it has any sort of, maybe not immediate, but at least midterm effect, it's gonna be with models like the Le Mans, like Platinum Daytona, like stuff that is very niche, if not officially a limited version. That might get that is one of the instances where the Bucherer network maybe get a preferential treatment. Again, I'm not basing this on any insider knowledge. This is a pure uh, that's the definition of an educated guess. But for simple allocations, this is not going to change. This is still about 5% of Rolex's distribution volume. It's not a game changer that with immediate effect.
It's so crazy just the when you actually crunch those numbers and it's like, oh yeah, it's only like 5%. Like it's just wild to hear that, you know.
Yeah, Mr. French Fries Monster says you can call me Mr. French. It would be easier to pronounce. Well, how about just Francois?
How about French from The Departed? Remember that character?
Yeah.
Have you seen? Oh yeah, you've seen The Departed, right?
Yeah, of course.
You know that character French. I forget what his proper name was. Was it Francis?
I don't remember the character. What? No.
He was like Nicholson's. Costello. Like Nicholson's character's name was Costello, right? And like
Okay.
French was his like right hand man, who was
Okay.
like he was like kind of quiet and he was always smoking, but he was just like this badass.
Ah, I should rewatch The Departed. It's a really good film.
This looking good, man. I like this top you have.
You mean the Adidas?
Yeah, it's a good look. Good look on you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I
like
like
you.
Adidas. Yeah.
You look like a boss. You remind me. You watched, and hopefully this Sunday you will see him again. My friend Ben. He also has this obsession. He has a German Shepherd. All his cars are Mercedes. And you have, you love your Adidas. It seems awfully fitting.
And I have my Zin again. My Zin.
Yeah, you got your Zen.
Yeah.
What's up with the Stay Puff?
It's just it changes according to my mood. If I'm not happy, then look what happens.
Ooh, nice, man.
And when you're happy, yeah.
Now I'm happy, so it's
Let's turn that frown upside down.
What era is that collectible from?
It's new. I just got it as a gift last month. I don't know exactly. It's from the United States. Somebody sent it to me as a gift.
Nice.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I can't. It's impossible for me to see that guy and not just, think of that iconic scene from that movie.
Yeah, of course.
And it's funny, like now, like living in New York for 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's more than half of my life now. I remember when I hit 25%, I was like, this is crazy. I've lived in the city for 25% of my life, and now it's more than half of my life. And when I was growing up before I moved here, my understanding of what it would be like was from movies like that, where these movies that took place in New York City. And then you move here and you live here and you're like, this is not like the movies at all. It's just,
that's true. I mean, I have, it's just a very dark twist of fate because I came to this country 20 years ago and to New York, And honestly, again, the entire city to me, at least at first blush, felt like a movie set. And with Los Angeles too, you have that kind of experience. And a lot of times with Los Angeles, you might just see New York or Chicago as well, in the sense that parts of the city have doubled as parts of those cities in certain movies. But yeah, it's a strange experience because your first time is like, okay, wow, this is exactly like how it's depicted in Hollywood. And then it takes you about a couple of days to realize, okay, that's not it.
I've been um, I've been putting on. It's impossible for me to actually watch the whole thing because I put it on when I go to bed and I just fall asleep. But I'm one of these days. It's like I'm gonna put this on when I'm not going to bed. But Vertigo,
Mm.
and I don't know if you guys have ever seen that, but
Yeah, sure, of course. It's a
they have.
classic.
I know it's so good, and I'm like, man,
Yeah.
I saw that years ago, and I've wanted to rewatch it. And I got it, like, I bought, like, on whatever, like the Apple store where you pay for the digital
Mm.
version of the film, and it's like I keep putting it on, and this thing with these old movies, like I think younger generations, millennials and definitely like Zoomers nowadays, like I don't think their attention span functions well with like these older format movies because there's a lot of dialogue that you have to pay attention to, and often there's not, like, the way
Yeah.
that the films are edited, they don't cut as quickly in between visual imagery the way that like newer filmmaking does. And so if you're not actually like paying attention to the conversation that's happening between these characters, you're just gonna drift off. You're just gonna be like, this is boring. Like I'm not focused. And so many people, they're so used to just looking down at their phone. Like even when they're watching one screen, they'll look at another screen. You know.
Yeah.
Eh,
Yeah. Two screens at the same time.
Yeah, I
so
think it's kind of like chicken or the egg. I know it's like the worst way of approaching a philosophical problem, but at the end of the day, you can't quite tell whether it is because people are so distracted, have such short attention spans, that these kinds of movies get lost in the mix, or because what they are fed is precisely that kind of cultural content, whether it is in the form of TikToks or tweets or other kinds of short videos. Um, you don't quite know, right? But I think it's a little bit of both at the end of the day, right? I feel like people's brains have been already rewired, that it would take much more than just releasing a few thoughtful movies to re-educate them. But on the other hand, I think it's not going to help that you have like the umpteenth reboot of some Marvel franchise. It's not necessarily helping the situation. I'm a big fan of movies from the 50s and 60s, and I don't think they will be bested. And for me, the sad part is we actually there are a lot of great actors in Hollywood. I feel like their entire career is going to waste just by playing these um, stupid roles because they have to. I mean, because that's the way to make money, because that's the way to survive.
well, listen, hey, I'm a sucker for the blockbusters. I can't wait till the Dune comes out. I think it's due this fall.
Yeah, but I mean that's a story, right? That's something well written. I think there's a novel by that name, Saint Peter.
I know. It, I, for whatever reason, and I don't know if it's like a disability per se, but like I just as a kid, like I grew up with TV and cinema.
Hmm.
So, but I've used these things, like, for me, like movies, television, video games, like they're ways for me to, ultimately, like, escape. Like, I can leave the real world and exist in those spaces. And what I realize is, like, without, like, if I existed in a different period of time when there wasn't the moving image, I think I would be engaging more in novels, and, like,
Mm.
written story. So for whatever reason, like, they made it easier. Like, these mediums made it easier for me to consume. So, you know.
Mr. French says the concentration on a subject is way harder than when I was a kid. Makes sense. Y2K. Hey, old friend, how are you? Upvoted and listening to you all. Thank you for reminding everyone to upvote. Hans Knees and Toes, has joined the program. He has a good point. However, the long form interviews by Rogan has 11 million viewers. Um, yeah, I think that's again, I hate integrating everything to my own argument, but I think that is an exception that proves the rule, in the sense that there's a dearth of that kind of content, and when you have someone who does it well, that gets its right due, that gets its just dessert, I think. um, yeah, that's all I can say about that in a very general way. And again, it's really, Joe Rogan is for me like opera for men. It's like we never had something like that on regular TV, on broadcast television. And it was like something genuinely exciting when it arrived in that podcast format on YouTube in video. um, it was something truly missing. And Joe Rogan has that talent, for which he's sometimes criticized, of just being a yes man, just saying wow and yeah and whatever else, just responding to everything in enthusiasm. But he has actually, I think, very good interview skills, that he draws some very good bits about, from everyone that he hosts without interrupting them. I don't have that kind of skill. For example, I interrupt people like crazy. So
No,
he's pretty good at what
I
he does.
I haven't paid close enough attention to him, for a number of reasons, but the times that I have watched, I have been engaged. And, he's had some people on his show that I admire very deeply, and honestly, and that, to me, gives him credit. But I saw, like, I don't even know how the hell I found this video, but it was it was a YouTuber with a very low sub count, who did it, like, it was like comparing Rogan to Seinfeld. And, like,
Oh,
they both, like, their careers were in, they kind of emerged from the same place, like in LA, and, like, Comedy Store. And, like, this guy went into the whole thing, like, so why hasn't Seinfeld been on Rogan? Because, like, Rogan is so big. And so this guy was kind of just making this argument that, like Seinfeld just doesn't think Joe Rogan is funny, you know, and that's why he doesn't go on Rogan's show. He just so this guy was kind of, like, in this whole video, articulating, like, why he's imagining Seinfeld's, like, not going on Rogan's show, saying, like, Seinfeld just, he only wants to actually engage with and invest in time
mm,
in people who he thinks are actually funny. But when
that's
you crunch,
interesting.
the numbers on Rogan, if you say, well, what is a successful comedian? Like, he does a lot of stand up, he makes a lot of money off it. But humor is this thing that, like, in the world of comedians, like, it really is about taste, because you could be
Right.
monetarily successful, but a lot of other comedians they won't think you're funny.
Yeah, I mean, I think, because we were kind of, um, throwing these one-liners about Gucci Man, for example, the he's a great example, right? Everyone wants to collaborate with him, even people who sell 10, 20, 50 times more than he does, right? There is, among comedians too, there is that sort of street cred to some people who might seem obscure to the mainstream, but to have that sort of respectability and nuance to their art, to their craft. Um, and I think, look, again, I don't mean to fanboy for Rogan too hard or defend him too hard, but I'll say it this way, because Hans Nisentoes says I disagree. Rogan plays up his jock look. However, I've seen him interact with some super brain people on complex subject matter. Um, and GB Vol says 90% of Joe Rogan is fighting, psychedelics, and UFOs, catching Z's. Look, I think Rogan is most interesting when he talks less. I don't really like his takes on most stuff. I could care less about UFOs and conspiracy theories, and I don't actually like or follow MMA, even though I'm huge on boxing. Um, I'm not interested, but I like when he is interacting with other people who are interesting. And I think, again, I'm not saying this to either cape for him or criticize him. I think it is a particular kind of skill to be that kind of interviewer who can make his own interlocutor even more interesting than he already is, without necessarily barging in with his own baggage, his own viewpoint, his own perspective. I think Rogan has that skill. It might not be on display 24/7, 100% of the time, but when it is, to me, it's magic. I think it works really well.
Well, I had thought of this before I started talking last time, and I apologize for not getting to the point, but I was trying to circle back to the topic, which
Ah,
is some of these successful comedians are, they're pretty serious watch collectors. And
okay.
one of the guys, I can't help but just notice like some of these guys have like not like really, really high level, super refined pieces that like a true like head would have, but like, they'll have like a full solid gold day date, with like a harder to get dial, or they'll have like this guy, Tom Segura. I watched one of his Netflix stand-ups, and I kind of found out about this guy like after he had already gotten really popular. I was like, "Who's this guy?" Like, oh, I kind of like his. He does. Have you ever? I don't know if you've ever seen his podcast, but like he does a podcast with his wife, and like they're
Yeah,
both really.
your mom's house.
Yeah, your mom's house, and so I started watching it. I'm like, okay, like
It's pretty good.
it's good. Like it's good. Like these guys are really funny. And so his recent Netflix stand up, and it was a Netflix stand up, so they're not zooming in on his wrist, but I am almost certain he was wearing a 6119G, like the new
Mm.
Calatrava with like the double row hobnail bezel, which for me completely revitalized like the Calatrava line.
Mm.
And like that reference specifically, the 6119G.
I'm pretty sure, actually. I mean, there's a lot of different places we can go with this, but just to go back to that point, the comedians basically have monopolized the podcast space. They all have their podcasts. It's all very successful. Um, there's Your Mom's House is an entire network now. They have their own show and many other side shows. Bobby Lee and his ex, I think that's still his ex, had the tiger belly, and then Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino have bad friends, and they all know each other. Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer have two bears in a cave. I think that's what it's called. They all know each other. They're all friends with Joe Rogan. And they're all, like you said, they're watch collectors. I don't remember which episode it was, but at some point, Tom Segura was talking with another comedian in his podcast and saying, like, well, now that you're in Austin and you're staying long, we should go get you a watch. That was literally a conversation point. They didn't go into any details, but I know a lot of them are serious watch guys, not maybe horological nerds like us, but even that comes up quite a bit, and those people usually end up shopping with with Eric Wins of the world and similar dealers, for sure.
But the thing to me, and I'm like, I totally like 100% agree with what you just said, and I think about being in that position where, like, I recall a completely different conversation on his podcast with a different guy where he was talking about these haters because he would spend time on his show talking about collecting cars or collecting watches, and then there would be these people like, oh, that cost so much money, and they were criticizing him for his success, and so he went on this whole tiff where he was like, well, like, it was like, well, fuck these people. Like, yeah, I didn't have this shit before, and I do have it now. And if you resent me for it, like, put yourself in a position where you could get it. I mean, like, it's not like he was born with a silver spoon per se. But of course, when you're a person who, and to be honest, I don't really know if he was in that position or not. But certainly he doesn't present himself that way. But it when you're someone who, is trying to connect with, like potentially like a working class audience, and then, but you do want to flash, and you do want to say, hey, I have these things, and it's easy for someone to nowadays, especially with Google, say, hey, I want one of those too, because my favorite comedian has one. What do they cost? You could just immediately be like, oh, that's crazy. Like, how dare you have that?
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, I mean, it is a catch-22, I guess, but it is those viewers that have allowed a lot of these celebrities to buy these pieces. Like, especially people who are in the streaming and podcast circuit, a lot of times they make much more money on that than they do by comedy shows. And if they're actually making more money by touring now, it's thanks to their podcasts and their YouTube channels that they have managed to become so popular again. So even those so-called haters still end up helping them by hate watching them. So it's a vicious circle. But this, I was wondering, are there any podcasts and non-watch channels and sources that you follow on YouTube? What do you watch on YouTube when you're not watching watch content?
Gaming stuff. I am a gamer, I
Okay.
guess, and history.
What kind of podcasts do you watch for history content?
I wouldn't say podcasts. I said just like more in-depth videos. Like I watched the other day about a 2 hour and 30 minutes video about the first Gulf War. Yeah, which is very in-depth and gave you an idea about how crazy Saddam Hussein was.
And you lived through the first Gulf War, no?
I was 5 years old. I had Scud missiles up my ass.
Damn, man.
Yeah,
That's right.
I remember we had like alarms and I heard them falling, and Yeah, I was under rocket attacks quite a few times in my life. Sadly, I live in a place where wars are quite, um, they're not a rare thing. So yeah. So anyway, I like history stuff. I like in-depth dives into stuff like music, history, mafia history.
So you watch a lot of documentary like content on YouTube?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, exactly. Yes.
What
And
what else did you watch that you really like recently in addition to that first Gulf War documentary?
I've actually yesterday I watched sort of in-depth dive about the guy. You watch Goodfellas, right?
Yeah.
So the guy Joe Pesci played Tommy.
Uh-huh.
So there was like an in-depth dive about the guy who he was based about on, who was actually crazier than the character depicted in the movie, which is crazy. He was a crazy murderer. Yeah. So I also listened to there's a podcast on called Sleep With Me, which is it sounds funny, but it's actually somebody who just talks nonsense for 1 hour and it helps you fall asleep. So I actually listen to that too sometimes.
Why can I never be enough for you? This I talk nonsense about, for about 4 hours sometimes.
Why
Yeah. Yeah.
B's called me out for snoring on the stream before, but that was I blame that on the alcohol.
Sleep with me. Yeah, it sounds very flirty. Sounds very flirty and interesting. But it's literally no topic whatsoever. Nonsense. No
Yeah,
focus.
like he goes on tangents all the time and he's like yeah, just I don't know how to describe it. He makes up silly stories about fictional wars and people and just goes from this subject to this subject, and he has a very soothing voice. So, and you
Amazing.
just put it in the background, and you hear just somebody talking. Like, I try to fall asleep with Archie's stream, but I can't because
Yikes!
suddenly
Yikes.
you hear
Yeah.
like fight me dead, fight me dead. You know.
That's true. That's true. That's woken me up quite a bit of times in the past trying to fall asleep to Archie's content.
Yeah.
Dis, are you interested in American history or like
Yeah.
at
Of
all?
course. Of course. I love American history.
Do you know? Are you familiar with Ken Burns's work? Like he did a lot of stuff for PBS.
Yes, I watched his Vietnam documentary.
Yeah, so that was the Vietnam one is one of the more recent ones. He did another one that was about country music, which I thought was really good. I'm a really big fan of his work, and like I had this experience like watching the Ken Burns documentary about the Civil War,
Yeah.
because just in this country, like it's something that growing up, they teach you about it and this and that, but there's a scene in that movie when he talks about like this battle that took place. And so this was like, a more primitive era of warfare and technology, per se, compared to like the modern era that I have always lived in and existed in. And he told this story about there was like this battlefield where these soldiers were wounded, and they like the musket fire, right? So like there were these guys like out in this field, and the musket fire ultimately ended up like lighting all this dried vegetation on
Yeah.
fire. And so there were these soldiers that were out there who were disabled and they couldn't move. And it just, I don't want to go into too much more detail because like it's just it's really grim and disturbing. But the way that
Yeah.
it was with the filmmaking, it was depicted like I could kind of project myself into that situation. Like I was able to imagine being there and being like, wow, like that is crazy. Like that sounds like just completely, horrific. And in a lot of ways, like we, with these experience with, when you talk about history, and you talk about warfare and things of that nature, um, they they'll want to talk about the heroes and the victories and that kind of stuff, but like they don't get into the nitty gritty. Like they don't get into like what it was actually like, you know, and it's crazy, right, to imagine in all of these situations what people have to go through, you know,
Yeah.
and I just am like I couldn't even imagine being there, but it's such an integral part of like the history of the society that I am a part of right now, that doesn't get talked about in that regard. Like it's kind of like, oh yeah, well, there was this conflict, this happened, and like people like people don't want to really unpack, like,
Yeah.
actually, well, what did it mean for that event to take place for those many years and for it to affect those many people? And in a lot of ways, I think people who are interested in actually learning history and really understanding it, uh, although it might be unpleasant and it might be difficult to try to wrap your head around, it's actually it's really important for, like, pursuing that quest.
Yeah. Yeah. I sometimes wonder, like in our times, how much impact does the Civil War have on modern day America?
Well, I mean, I think that's a great question, but hard to unpack, in some sort of nuance. I'll tell you this. It's very anecdotal, but it kind of was an experience that put me on the track to understand how much these things resonate through history in their effects. Because I thought we were speaking about Hollywood right before arriving to New York or arriving to the US in general, and how you have this experience. But, shit, I've seen this in a movie, but it's not like the movie. Um, I remember the first time I was in Florida and going down south in Florida, I actually saw for the first time in my life a pickup truck with the Confederate flag emblazoned, on the back of it. And I thought up to that point, I thought that was just a movie trope. It was just something that they used as part of fictional stories to drive home a point. I didn't realize that was something that people still did unironically, in the 21st century, in year 2003, it was at the time. Um, sorry, 2004, because that was already spring. Um, so absolutely, it has something to do with today. It's not just something that happened in the past and was resolved once and for all. But in what way? That would be a very long discussion, I think. What do you think?
Beyond the
St.
scope
Peter?
of this stream.
No, I'm not trying to. Don't take me wrong. I'm not trying to kind of, move past that discussion. But
No, it's okay.
I would have so much to say that it won't. It will take us to other places. But I do want to see what St. Peter thinks about this.
So I don't know if you've heard me geek out on vexillology before, but have I ever talked about that? It's like the study, like the science of like flag making.
I know, Sheldon. Thank you.
So sorry. I don't know if you heard me geek out on
No,
this.
I never heard you talking about that subject.
So I'll listen. I'll admit it, although it's like a part of me is ashamed to have to admit it was a TED talk that got me into this. I don't think TED talks are necessarily inherently good, but this particular one I thought was really fascinating. and the speaker used the example, like, so he used examples of successful flags and poor flags, like flags that are good, like why they're, and he talked about different reasons. And I think one of the easiest ones to keep in mind for us to all consider as we critique flags, which I believe is a really important thing to do, just like we should critique any man-made thing around us for the betterment of society, right? That when it's at the scale of basically a postage stamp, so the way that you would interact with a postage stamp when you're holding a letter, that flag should be completely legible. Like, you should see every graphic image that's represented by that flag at that scale. And when you imagine seeing that flag in the real world, like on a building, for example, in the distance, or on a ship, like that's out at sea when you're standing on land, like you should be able to know exactly what is on that flag and how it's represented. And the way that he described, interpreting like these graphic images that make up a flag and its scale, that to me made a lot of sense. Like, I got it. And the examples that he used that were successful, like he used like the Japanese flag, which someone could look at and be like, oh, it's so boring, like it's just a red dot. But like in a lot of ways it's like, but it is so iconic and easily recognizable in
Yeah.
so many different formats from such a distance. Like, that is a successful flag. And the other one he used that he referred to as like one of the most badass flags was the flag of Amsterdam, which in Amsterdam they love, and they're like, we love this flag. And it's like red with like a white stripe and like 3 black X's across the stripe, and that are supposed to symbolize, I believe it's like St. Andrew's cross, so like it's tied to Catholicism and all this stuff, but
It looks like it looks punk rock, man. It doesn't look like a flag of a city, to be honest.
so they love this flag in Amsterdam, and it's all over the place. And he also used the flag of Chicago, which is totally different colors but a very similar format, right? And it like it's fascinating to me when you see like the flags that work and the flags that don't. So like the flag of New York, like, so this flag, like people in Chicago, they love this flag and it's all over the place. And when you see it, you just recognize it as that is the flag. And so this flag is horrible. And the reason why it's horrible is because it has this crest on it that has these tiny figures, and you can't, like, when you're looking at the flag, like, you don't know what they are. Like, you have to zoom, even on your computer, you have to zoom in on this, and then it's got this text on like this banner that like you can't even read it. Like, so yeah, it says Excelsior, and like there's all this symbolism, and like e pluribus unum, blah blah blah. And even within that crest, there's an even smaller image on the shield. Like, so it's just, you can, so
Yeah, it's ugly.
exactly. It's like it's ugly, and it like, I just think when you put those two things next to each other and you try to imagine like a flag is supposed to be this symbol that you could identify from anywhere in any
Okay.
configuration.
I love detail, and I love these long-winded explanation. But what the fuck does this all have to do with the legacy of the Civil War? At least get
Okay.
to the Confederate flag, please.
I apologize for that, but I do think, unfortunately, the Confederate, which the flag that I believe was the one that you saw, I just recently found out that's referred to as the Confederate battle flag, right? So there was this early interpretation of the Confederate flag that was like referred to as like the stars and bars, which it looks like the early colonial flag that has like a circle of stars in it in the rectangle. And then there was like the flag of the Confederacy, which had the X flag with the stars in it, but then it also had like this large white field as well. So, and I apologize for that long that long-winded thing. But so much of this stuff gets lost in history, and we don't really know like what these symbols are, and we don't understand like why they came to be. Like if you were to ask someone who is flying the Confederate battle flag today what what the significance is of it, they probably wouldn't even really be able to tell you, and why the flag evolved and why the shapes changed and what the symbolism. Now I'm sure there's some people who would, but I can almost guarantee you the vast majority of people, they wouldn't be able to tell you how it evolved. And all of that stuff, I think, kind of matters for understanding the cultural and historical significance of these icons. That's just my take on it. I think some people could have some other opinions, but yeah, I don't know.
No, I mean, the thing that fascinates me is, again, GB Vol assumed that I said that those people are racist or something. Their relatives fought and died for that flag. It's not just about who said anything about racism. I just said people still fly to this day the Confederate flag in Florida, which I didn't know in my ignorant state 20 years ago was technically, at least in part, the South. Perhaps not as South as some, good old boy Southerners would like, but it's there. And again, I didn't know that this was still a thing. I really thought that was a stereotype of a Southern symbolism that the Hollywood persisted in, rather than something that happened in real life. So I was just surprised. I didn't identify it as anything. I didn't think or assume anything of the people who were driving that truck, but it was real. And that was a surprise for me. Yeah. And, it of course it has a complex history, and in many ways very much burdened by a negative and violent history, but that doesn't mean that it can't mean something else. And most importantly, that doesn't mean at all that it doesn't carry significance into the present day. That's exactly the point. That's why I wanted to mention that as something that I experienced as an anecdote. And it wasn't at all a racist incident. Again, I want to emphasize that.
I just to clarify why this is so fresh in my mind. So like there's been this pop song. You could say it's a pop song, but it's unconventional. This like Rich Men North of Richmond song that they actually played at the debate, whenever it was last night or the night before.
Yeah, I have no clue what that song is to begin with, but Gucci Mane was trying to sign the guy. I know that.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
wild. That's crazy. So check this out. But the song is Richmond, North of Richmond, and it's been very divisive because people are like, okay, what is this guy? What's his political this and that? And I was just like, okay, like what exactly does that mean? Because like DC is definitely north of Richmond, so like some people have been interpreting it as like all the way back to the Civil War, like this is a North versus South kind of thing. And I was like, well, that's kind of crazy to immediately go there. And then there have been other people who have been saying, oh no, he's clearly talking about DC. So I
Mhm.
just like quickly Googled like Richmond, like what's up with Richmond? What's up with north of Richmond? And I didn't even realize Richmond was like the capital city of the Confederacy. So like literally like this dude's song and like the popularity with this song like got me to like remind myself about like the American history that like I'm very fascinated by, but like it's a big complicated country. And I was like, wait a second. So like, but if he's saying like north of Richmond, like it's hard for me not to hear that and think that it somehow is talking about the Confederacy, because it's like Richmond is like, it was literally the capital of the Confederacy of the US. So I don't really care what anyone has to say about this, but if you're choosing to title your song like north of Richmond, and like there was a history of a civil war where like the capital of the southern states was Richmond previously, how do you not immediately invoke that in just the titling of your song and the content? You know, like
I mean, honestly, yeah, at first instance, I would say this is an anti-establishment song. Now that I look up the lyrics and very quickly go through them. So to me, it sounds like almost ridiculously lacking of self-awareness to broadcast a song like this for a political debate, because to me, the rich man north of Richmond are establishment politicians, exactly like the entire slew of presidential candidates from either party, Republican or Democrat.
right.
There are very precious few exceptions.
Cornell West.
Right, among others. But yeah, I kind of like the whole image. I like how the guy looks. I can
I mean,
tell you that.
like this dude, like, I mean, he's popping off right now. It blows my mind to hear that Gucci Mane was trying to sign this guy. Like, that to me is hilarious. So where did you hear that?
Gucci was posting on his own Instagram saying, like, give me the contact information of this guy. I want to sign him to to send 1017 Brick Squad.
All right, listen, man. That
Look,
is
by the way, joking aside, Gucci was at some point at least one of the biggest talent scouts, basically one of the biggest. What do they call it in the hip hop world? A&R, I think.
mhm.
Like, the people who seek out new bands, recruit them, and develop them into stars. I mean, among other things, he did that with the Migos before he went to jail. He did that with Young Thug, so many others. Nicki Minaj, in fact, first got her
I mean,
first shine as part of his crew, so on and so forth.
it's undeniable how much of a tastemaker he is. And
Yeah.
I don't, it's just, you and I, like, we see eye to eye on this, but there's definitely a lot of critics out there, but you cannot deny it, how influential he is. But what I was trying to say was, like, that was the perfect full circle, right? So even with my flag diatribe, like, we got back to Gucci. We got
Thank you,
back
man.
to Gucci. We got back to Gucci. And I do
I
need to,
mean, please understand that was performative. I wasn't angry, but I
no,
did
no,
want
no,
you to
no.
get you to the
Dude,
point.
I require that type of focus. This is my disability, right? Like my ADHD, whatever you want to call it. Like my mind will go to that place. And I realize, like, some people, like, they don't know how to deal with it. They're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? But like, the people that know me, they know how to bring it back. And like, that's fam, right? That's like family. Like, I appreciate that, man. So
Thank you, man. I
like
love you. I love you. I
that's why
appreciate you.
that's why I love this community. But I apologize for being as absent as I have been. I wish I could
Oh,
contribute more. But I'm so happy to be back. And
look, I know, life gets in the way, but I kind of thought, because of the way you were so responsive in the chat, that you were available tonight, so I wanted to reel you in and get you on the panel, and I'm so glad you came.
yeah, you did. And I think there will be a time in the future when just more vibrancy. But it's been great. Dis, I'm so happy I got a chance to talk to you again, man. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. And
He
YB,
looks
I
like
hope.
he's doing well. I like that. I like what I'm seeing from
Well,
this.
I support the. I hope this stash, like I want the stash to get longer and styled, But like that's like my bias. So
He looks like a fucking 70s porn star, man. I'm enjoying this look.
it's good. It's good. Hey guys, I have to drop off, but I wish you the best. Have a
Thank
nice
you.
day, evening,
Thank you,
and
St. Peter.
hopefully we talk soon.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
to
Love
talk
you.
to you, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, take care. Be well.
Bye. See ya.
This is a good question for us to respond to. This
Yeah.
Sam Davidson says £2 sterling. Thank you so much. You're a hip hop fan. I'm a big fan of hip hop. 50th anniversary, as you guys know.
Yeah.
Everyone has been celebrating in New York and globally. GB Vol says this, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm not gonna just blurt out, anything and everything I like, but I am a big fan of Gucci Man. I was just mentioning, like, how, of course, Waka Flocka Flame was one of the other obvious ones. Migos, of course. Rip, Takeoff. I mean, that was very tragic, but those came out, and were kind of put up by Gucci. I also like Freddie Gibbs a lot from recent stuff, from recent rappers, from contemporary rappers. I've always liked Kendrick Lamar. Um, I like a lot of 90s stuff, but I think this would be a great resource for that. So I wanna hear from him a little bit. What kind of hip hop do you listen to these days? This.
I've just been listening recently to Biggie's second and last album, Life After Death, which is phenomenal. Phenomenal. I've been listening to Public Enemy, De La Soul, Compton's Most Wanted. I can go on a list here. I love the 90s stuff. I like G-Funk. I like gangster rap. But I also like contemporary rap, although it kind of, in a way, it sounds all the same to me because the beats are very. There's no innovation in the beats, and I like the beats. I like how the rap, the song, the lyrics sit. They sit on the beat, and it's very hard to master sometimes. I do like Kendrick Lamar. He has that album. I forgot the name of the album, but he's a very good rapper. He's a very good artist. I like Tupac, of course, that GB Vol mentioned, but I think that, well, I don't like comparing, but
Yeah.
you know what? Let me prove you that I like Tupac. I'm just gonna show you a proof that I like Tupac. I actually have the Tupac Funko Pop.
That's supposed to be Tupac.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I also have another one. I have
Show me. Biggie?
I have Biggie somewhere. I can't find him right now, but I also have Biggie. And
Amazing.
yeah, I'm a big fan of hip hop and rap. And well, we can say I can say black music, right?
Of course. Why not?
No, I don't know if it's appropriate to say that in our time and age, but I like music made by black people.
Hey, man, black is beautiful.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with being able to say that. Um, I think a lot of the reason that I like 90s and early 2000s stuff is also having lived your youth through those times and having some of the verses really speak through your own experience has always been very important to me. That's why from the more contemporary stuff, I think I've moved away for the most part from the, vibey, party, fun kind of stuff to the lyrical genres a little more. But, I remember, for example, Fat Joe's famous verse that got him in trouble actually with Roy Jones, when he said even Roy Jones was forced to lean back in that New York song.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the Fat Joe had this line in one of the songs saying even Roy Jones was forced to lean back. And Roy Jones was basically at his prime, he was an unbeatable, invincible boxer, right? So he was making that point that, like, fuck, even the gods bleed, right? Even Roy Jones was beatable ultimately. And I remember, when Roy Jones was actually first beaten by Antonio Tarver, knocked out. It was like it hurt. And you're a sports fan as well. I'm sure. And in team sports, the team you sport can get beaten, and it's a kind of course, it's always a disappointment. But in a lot of combat sports, if you feel invested in a certain fighter, there's this inevitable identification in some way, some shape or form. And if, of course, it doesn't make sense on a realistic or logical level, what has Roy Jones to do with, some Jewish guy from the Middle East, right? That absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
But you come to identify with them, and when they get beaten in a certain way, it hurts so much more. And I thought always that line that Fat Joe said, like, even those who you make into these kinds of invincible heroes end up getting beaten. And the funny thing is, Roy Jones actually sought him out and sat him down and said, like, what the fuck are you, like, you don't say that shit about me. And the funny thing is, he was, Fat Joe was rolling with all these New York gangsters, and Roy Jones just didn't care. He was like, I'll fuck you up.
Yeah.
You don't say that shit about me. Sam Davidson, thank you again. £5 sterling. I assumed you would be a lounge music guy, like piano, saxophone type deal, maybe classical. I like a lot of classic jazz and jazz fusion type of stuff too. I know it's absolutely cheesy, and this is the kind of stream actually I would love to do with this. But I know he's trying to, keep away from streams as much as possible. So I don't want to pull him in to something again. But I know it sounds cheesy. I listen to a bunch of things. There are certain genres that I never got and that never clicked with me. Country is one of those. No offense again. But, I listened to in my teens and still listen to a lot of metal, a lot of heavy metal, thrash metal, death metal, black metal. I listen to a lot of hip hop and rap. I listen to a lot of classic rock. I listen to a lot of jazz. I love me some good old fashioned operas. I like classical music. I like rap. I like hip hop. I like a bunch of things, but it's I don't know. I don't listen to this. That's why I envy you a little bit. I don't listen to enough music on a daily basis, and I feel like I'm something is lacking these days. I miss it.
Yeah, just get Spotify. Do you have Spotify?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's the
Just
best.
get a like a Bluetooth player, like from Boss or something, and just play it on your flat. Just play
Yeah,
playlists. You have music all the day.
yeah. The thing is, and you're a good person to talk about this, but my mind is very obsessive. So when I'm working on something, I can't actually listen to music that I feel very passionate about. Do you get this?
Yeah, because you want to dedicate yourself to the music.
Yeah, because, like, either I'm obsessed about the lyrics, or I want to listen to that particular bass line. I am
Yeah,
looking forward to the solo coming up. I'm crazy about the drums. So I have to stop and drop everything that I'm doing and just focus on the music, or vice versa, right? I have to do this and I can't bear anything but, like, background music, something harmless, something they make you listen to in the elevator, or when they put you on hold,
yeah,
or something like that.
yeah. You,
Yeah, that's my
I
big deal.
appreciate that. You become one with the music. Like you respect the music.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, you
because
you are
it's
being
an art.
kind.
It's
You are
like
being
watching.
kind.
It's like going to the museum and watching a Picasso painting. It's like you want to listen, you want to watch, you want to observe every part of the piece. And music is art. It's like you want to listen to the drums. What John Bonham did on that track is amazing, and how he coordinated with John Paul Jones, and how Robert Plant is singing, and Jimmy Page is doing his solo. It's all an ensemble of great artists who make some kind of elite art. I love Led Zeppelin. I'm giving the Led Zeppelin example.
Yeah.
But it's just it's observing, it's listening to art. It's amazing.
You're right, but yeah, that's been my problem recently, because I'm so preoccupied with, in my mind, with a bunch of different things, um including this channel, but also, personal life, professional life. So I just don't find that time to sit down. But it's bullshit, as you know. You can always carve out like 30 minutes of your day just to listen to, a couple of great tracks, and I should do that.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. So you're a different type of music listener, because I can listen to music and work. It actually,
Yeah, I
I
I
I
like. Hmm.
I mean, sorry, I got a little distracted. She sorry, somebody's talking to me on Discord. So I
Okay, I hope it's
have
something
Discord.
good. I
No, no,
ho-
no, no,
I
no.
I hope it's distracting in all the right ways.
No, I was gonna say that I can work with music, but yeah, like there's a type of music, like I like jazz when I'm working or I'm writing, something that doesn't have lyrics, uh,
Hmm.
instrumental music, to be precise.
Mm, man,
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
yeah. How are
Yeah,
things going on the personal front? Have you been still talking to this lady that you have been courting, that we talked about last time you were on the stream?
yeah. She's still uh, in my life.
Okay.
Things are going good, but any day could be your last day. So I'm just taking it day by day. I'm starting a new job next the week after the next.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
I will
great.
tell you in private. I will tell you
Of
in
course.
private what that job is. But I'm very excited for it. It's a new chapter in my life.
Amazing.
I'm making a transition from what I've worked in before and something completely new and different.
Okay.
And I feel good, knock on wood. And yeah, I'm enjoying life. I'm feeling good. I'm balanced. I'm not too high, not too low. Sometimes I feel the lows. Sometimes I feel the highs. Currently, I'm happy to be with you on the stream. I'm appreciating our time together because we haven't streamed together for a long time. And yeah,
Yeah.
I've been away from the streams. I'm not watching. I'm not attending. And to be honest, it's not bad. I mean, I don't say that streaming is a bad thing, but being with the camera all the time, it's like it's nice to live off the camera.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I think people look. I have talked about this sometimes negatively, um, or from the negative perspective about people whom I really don't like. But to talk about it from another perspective, for anyone who takes themselves, or at least what they do on live streams, a little bit seriously, it's a serious amount of pressure.
Yeah,
You don't necessarily have to agonize about every aspect of the content. Uh, you don't have to work as hard as you sometimes do, or as I sometimes do, in terms of doing certain kinds of preparations. For a lot of people, even jumping on a panel and talking about 15 to 20 minutes can be a lot of work and can be very difficult psychologically as well. To do it day after day, 5 6 times a week, like you used to do, like I do these days. That was
sorry.
Biggie. That was Biggie. No, no.
Yeah,
Um,
that's my message ringtone.
baby, baby. Um, but yeah, it is serious work, and it is also a kind of medium where your persona is inevitably tied up in what you do. It's not like a 9 to 5 job where you go, you do your work, you punch out your card and get out. It kind
Yeah,
of continues following you, even after you are done with the live stream, even after you are done with your video for the day.
yeah,
It's difficult, and I think a lot of people don't realize it because they have not experienced it on this consistent basis.
yeah. Also, I've been diversifying in the content I upload to my channel. I also have vlogs about my life, and
Yeah.
my most recent video is about my zin, but the video prior to that was about going to an Israeli hamburger joint. So it's all. I am not limiting myself to the content that I create, and I still create content. Uh, so yeah, it's all good. I'm in a good place. Again, I'm not superstitious, but I hope that things will remain the same. And it's good to see. How are you doing? You're doing good. You look good. You remind me of one of those guys from Velvet Underground with the sunglasses.
Thank you. I wish, this. I really wish it was a shtick, and I like my eye is messed up, and I need to be going to a doctor because it's not going away.
Oh, really?
And I
What's
don't.
wrong, man? What's
Yeah,
wrong?
I can show you behind the
Okay.
screen, because it's genuinely nasty, and I don't want to just take it off in front of the camera.
Okay,
Um,
man.
Specifically because what we were talking about, right? Because it's gonna become something else. It's
Yeah.
not going to be just like, oh, poor guy, he has bloodshot eyes or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, again, I think this is nice. It's a nice gimmick. People keep asking, and it's some extra type of attention. It's good. I give good promotion to Oliver Peoples, which is one of my favorite brands for
Oh,
sunglasses.
that's a good brand. My
Yeah,
friend Young K likes it. The one you spoke to, if you remember him, the
yeah, yeah,
crypto
yeah,
guy.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I'm doing well. It's the channel is now at 1.7, and it's always
Nice.
the same. Instagram and YouTube for me go, back to back. They're both at 1.7. So I'll have combined 3.5 very soon. Hopefully I'll break 2K on both very soon as well.
Hoping,
And
hoping for you. Yeah.
yeah, and I dropped the link to your channel.
Thank you
Please
very much.
subscribe to
Thank you very much.
this's channel, guys. I appreciate you, and if you would hit the like button as well while you're at it,
Yes.
that would help a great deal. And you can, of course, always follow me on IG as well. That's at young.brando. I know there's a shared basis between the both platforms, but sometimes there isn't. And I never get enough self-affirmation and likes on Instagram. So any one of you who likes my posts will make my day. Um, it helps a great deal at the end of the day. Obviously, it helps me make a little bit of money, and I am on my path to make this a full-time thing. I think as early as May 2024. So,
Good luck.
any thank you. Any help in sharing the content, spreading the word, just sharing some of the shorter stuff that I post increasingly. um, I have a lot of members, a lot of people who very generously uh, contribute to the channel with super chats and beyond. But expanding that community for the long term project of the channel is really important. Speaking of that, this is not necessarily long term in that case, but I am doing another live stream tomorrow night, and it's going to be dedicated actually on Eric, all of the great watches from Eric Clapton's collection that have come up on public auction. So I would really love to see you all there. Turn on your notifications. Turn off your turn on your notifications. Hit the like button in advance. That would be great. I will start at 8 p.m. My local time, Los Angeles, which would be 11 in New York. I hope you guys can tune in later as well, perhaps, because I'm gonna keep it relatively short, relatively contained, no longer than 2 hours. We are gonna talk about some of the usual suspects, some of the great Rolex chronographs that he had over the years and that were later sold on public auction, some of the OGs that have come up in that 2003 auction, where a lot of these watches initially hit the public markets. A lot of the Patek pieces that he commissioned, one-of-a-kind pieces that have, in so many important ways, established a certain kind of taste for other collectors. The popularity of a lot of pre-Daytona Rolex chronographs has a lot to do with the pieces that have come out of Eric Clapton's collection. The attention that has been paid increasingly to personalized, customized, and one-of-a-kind Patek pieces have a lot to do with his 3970s and 5004 that was sold on auction. Like that combination of white metal and salmon dial has been very influential. And I think Clapton's 3970G has a lot to do with that. So we'll talk about a lot of these things through very specific watches. Of course, we will talk about, which auction, when, how much they sold for, but also this kind of information about what they mean for the collector today, and what they mean in terms of horological history as well.
Yeah, interesting. It's very interesting.
What's the plan for this weekend? So you have basically what, 9 days counting down now for are you excited for your new position?
Yeah, and a little,
For a new
of
job?
course,
Yeah.
I'm excited, but I'm a little scared as well. It's a new beginning. It's a very demanding job.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it because just to have a routine. I like having a routine, and currently I don't have a routine. So I really look forward to that. Just waking up with a purpose every day.
I think that's very important. This, and also I think, sometimes people are scared, or at least hesitant, to admit to or face their emotions, right? That you're scared, that you're anxious, that you're a little bit nervous, or this or that, that you're angry, whatever, in a given situation. And obviously, emotions are never wrong. They might be
Yeah.
misplaced, exaggerated, but they're never wrong. So it's all about channeling them the right way, facing them and channeling them the right way. So I think it's exactly right to feel a little scared, maybe, for
Yeah.
what is coming up. But it's also up to you to channel that properly and, dedicate yourself to your purpose on a daily basis. That's very
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna watch as for the plans for the weekend, I'm gonna watch a documentary by Ken Burns because St. Peter mentioned him. So thank you, Mr. French Fries Monster. Thank you very much for your wishes. Um, he made recently he made a documentary about the U.S. and the Holocaust. So I want to watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah, no, I don't want to open up the subject. I just said that I'm gonna watch it. Yeah, yeah,
The Yeah, it's heavy shit. It's heavy shit.
yeah. It's heavy. It's heavy. I also play video games. You're not into video games, right?
The only video game that I play these days is Football Manager 2023. Do you know this game?
Oh, and no, actually, I don't. But I know these games exist. You know.
Right. So it's been a franchise, and I've been playing this since I was a little kid, when it was at the time called Championship Manager. And the idea is basically that it is the widest and richest database of globally of soccer players with all sorts of statistics, skills, um, you know, their potentials to develop in certain ways, all kind of coded into the game, and you can practically choose to start in any. One second. With yeah, you can choose basically to start with any team, any league in the world. You know, you can start in like second tier of Australia or with Real Madrid, with AC Milan, or with Maccabi Haifa, or whatever. You know.
Yeah.
Or Hapoel Tel Aviv, right? That's
You
well,
have your mic is disconnected.
is it? You can't hear me at all, or just not?
No, we can hear you, but it's like not the
Is it better?
premium. Yeah, that's better. That's
Okay.
better.
So yeah, I've been playing, like I'm in my 10th season or something, maybe even beyond, with no 13, I think. It's with AC Milan in Serie A, and you know, I'm at the level where most of the original players have, you know, from the early database has been retired. So it's like
Yeah.
it's it's a whole wide world now of discovery, you know, finding new young players and trying to see if I can integrate them into the squad, if I will lose to Juventus or not, you know, if I will finally win the Champions League or not. um, it's silly because it's just simulation, you know. When the game is played, you only intervene in terms of the tactics and strategies, and maybe a little bit of an, you know, of encouragement. But I love that game. I don't know, maybe it's because I've been playing it since I was a kid. Maybe it's because it's so detailed and you know, very geeky in its
Yeah.
substance, so I get into it very easily. um but I like it.
Yeah.
What
Yeah, I
game
know
do
the
you
game.
what game do you play?
I'm currently playing so many games. The one I've been playing mostly is Spider-Man Miles Morales on the PlayStation 5.
Okay.
It's it's a Spider-Man game. You swing between buildings, you fight baddies, you you have all kinds of missions, and it's fun. You know, you're Spider-Man. You're fucking Spider-Man, man. I mean,
I I was trying to play. You know, I bought this like triple pack of Batman games from Steam at some point,
yeah,
but like 90% of them were not actually working with, you know, with the version of the operating system that I have.
yeah,
Like it was too high, which I think is always ridiculous. um like how they can't retrofit or whatever you call it.
yeah,
um yeah, I played like for an hour and a half. It was a lot of fun, but then I felt cheated of my money, so I returned it, because I didn't get everything that I wanted. But that was fine. I think the game that I could actually play was called Arkham Asylum, and I
yeah.
really liked it.
It's the first one. It's the best one.
Yeah, I really liked it. I mean, I also just love the kind of work that goes into voicing over these kinds of characters, even, you know, at the video game level, when they have a good plot.
Yeah, it's a great series of games, and Arkham Asylum is widely considered to be one of the best ones. I mean, like you get to play Spider-Man, you get to play Batman. I mean, you're Batman. And you have the Joker in that game. It's really good. It's
Yeah.
really well written.
And I love the Joker. I think, like, I'm always kind of divided, whether it's my all-time favorite villain or it's basically a toss-up between Darth Vader and the Joker. Um,
Yeah,
and again, I'm always divided as to which one I like more. Is it Jack Nicholson? Is it Heath Ledger? Is it Joaquin Phoenix? And there are a lot of different aspects that there's to like of them. And of course, Mark Hamill, of course, who voiced it um, in the animated series. They're all great.
you know what? You made me change my plans now.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna watch the Batman 1989.
Party man.
Yeah, Prince.
Yeah, man. I mean, how much better can it get? You have a soundtrack written by Prince, Mike Michael Keaton as the Batman, Jack Nicholson as the Joker, uh, Tim Burton. You have all the lovely suits, um, which I think were designed by Edward Sexton when he was working for Tommy Nutter. Um,
Yeah,
just the entire styling of that movie, I love.
it's a 2 hour movie. I just see now 2 hours of a film.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, that museum scene, poof,
Yeah, you sent me that. You sent me that.
yeah, it's and if you like that kind of art, what he does with the bacon painting is pretty great. Um, Figure with meat,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm sorry I led you to some, from a serious documentary to a Batman movie, but I don't think you will regret your decision. It's a lot
No,
of
no,
fun.
it's better. I prefer Batman over the Holocaust.
I respect that.
Yeah, who plays Batman in that movie? Remind me.
Michael Keaton.
Ah, Michael Keaton. Right. Does he do a good job in your opinion?
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I think, you know I am a big fan of Christian Bale and what Nolan did in that trilogy. Um, a lot of people enjoy certain aspects of Ben Affleck's Batman. I think there's a lot to like also about um, the recent revival uh, with Robert Pattinson. Um,
Yeah.
it's just, again, people think I'm being prejudiced. I'm not. I actually love the teen vampire movies. So I was never one of those people who militated against Pattinson's casting as the Batman, but I feel like there's something lacking about his physicality, which Ben Affleck had in spades, which Christian Bale had in spades. I feel like Robert Pattinson is a little too skinny, and maybe that's also Michael Keaton's soft spot as well. I feel like he's a little too gentlemanly and normal looking to
Yeah.
to be Batman necessarily. But there is that perspective of Batman, right? There's a reason that the whole enterprise was called DC, Detective Comics, right? He's a detective, right? He's a kind of intellectual. He likes solving problems and puzzles.
Yeah.
Val Kilmer was pretty good too. You're right, and he wore a reverso, just like Christian Bale. So I like them. And of course, that was the genius about casting the reverso as the watch for Batman, right? It has two faces, just like Bruce Wayne, Batman. I think that was a very cool idea. Whoever came up with it, I think it was a fantastic choice for Batman's watch. And Batman Forever was the first time that happened with Val Kilmer's Batman. In fact, they had some cool limited editions. Have you ever seen the Batman reversos?
No, I would like to see it.
Okay, so um, in 1995, they had a limited edition of the Kantai Reverso. Let me see.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, with a Batman Forever logo on the back. And apparently there were 35 pieces made with the number one with a gold case going to Val Kilmer himself. And then they also did a limited edition for Christian Bale's Batman as well, or rather Christopher Nolan's. And that was somehow more fitting with the darker, more brooding atmosphere of the Nolan
Oh,
trilogy.
wow, that's amazing. I love it. That's beautiful.
Yeah. And if you remember the movie, this was kind of what the kids in the orphan asylum were scrolling with chalk, kind of
Actually, I
hoping for
don't
Batman.
remember the movie. I
No?
watched it long ago, but I do like the trilogy very much. Yeah,
Yeah.
I especially like Anne Hathaway. The scene where she's on the bike,
Man,
and you get to see, you get to see her ass.
man, the thing is that's exactly my type, Anne Hathaway, Dua Lipa, Ana de Armas, those kinds of brunettes with
Yeah,
with a kind of a skinny figure,
yeah,
but you know kind of hourglass figure,
yeah.
this, if I may say, thick in the right places, or as
Man, Catwoman, man, is Catwoman in Batman 1988, 1989?
they're suggesting towards it, but yeah. But by the way, yeah, speaking to tie this all together, um, Gucci has a verse for the figure that I like. Her waist real small, but that ass real fat, as he says. And mwah is the ad lib that comes after
Yeah, man, ass is well. Let's not get carried away here, but
it.
yeah, you need something to work with, you know.
Yeah, you need a little push cushion for the pushing, as they say. Uh, Something to settle up and ride. And when you drink your
Exactly.
morning coffee, you need a place to put it down. You need a little bit of junk in the trunk.
Yeah.
What else? Badonkadonk, as they say.
Yeah. It's
But yeah, it's speaking of which, they made some great reversals for the Batman, and he was Christian Bale's Batman was actually wearing throughout the trilogy, and it was shown in certain moments. Same watch as mine, the Reversa Grand Date.
oh, really?
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, love it,
Yeah.
love it.
Is Gotham? I always wondered, is Gotham like a sort of it meant to resemble New York City?
Yes, but in the sense that, hmm, um, but it does borrow pretty freely from other North American metropolises as well. Like
Like
it's
Chicago?
a yeah, it's a little bit of Chicago too, for sure.
Yeah.
I won't necessarily say Los Angeles because that, I don't know if I can make the case for that, but I think it's Gotham City is primarily based on New York, loosely. It does certainly um borrow other elements from other major American cities. As GB Vol says, yeah, Superman's metropolis is basically New York City. But again, I mean, there's a reason that these places have different names, right? It's to take the poetic license, so to speak, to
Yeah.
push on the boundaries of the real. So, um, but yeah, Gotham is like an extremely dark version of New York City. I think you can say that.
Yeah.
And yes, Michael Keaton appeared. Since they're playing with this metaverse concept, um, um, they Michael Keaton appeared in the new Flash movie as Batman.
Yeah.
So it's a nice tie-in, if you end up watching the 1989.
By the way, speaking of Superman, there was a new Superman film a few years ago, right?
Yeah, there was also Batman versus Superman too.
Oh, that sounds
Um,
shitty. With Ben Affleck, right?
yeah, I wasn't a big fan, but the second time I watched it, I liked it a little more, I have to admit. I think I was too prejudiced already going in. That's even the parts of it that I might like and enjoy, I kind of ruined it for myself. But years later, when I watched it for a second time, I enjoyed it a little bit. Um, yeah, I kind of like it. Although, again, I think I'm not a huge fan of Ben Affleck as the Batman. And who was the guy who recently lost his spot as Superman? The
Um,
English
what's his name?
actor.
I don't. I don't remember.
Let me see. Superman. I really
Harry.
don't like Superman.
Henry Cavill. Yeah, Henry
Henry
Cavill.
Cavill. Yeah. Um, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Superman as a character to begin with. So it's you know,
Yeah, Superman is like he has too many powers. Just Batman is realistic, but Superman is just he can fly, so he can do anything he wants.
yeah, that there is that famous scene. I think that was fuck. what everything. There have been so many movies that it's all blurry in my mind. But in one of these franchise movies, when Ben Affleck's Batman meets the Flash, I think it may have been just in the Flash. Um, he he gets into Batman. He gets into the Batmobile, and he's all excited about, like, meeting this other superhero, and he says, what's so what's your superpower? And he says, I'm rich.
That's
and
good.
and that kind of sums it up, right? Because again, it's fictional and imaginary, but in a way that could be, that is kind of realistic, like you said, right? He's a normal man with a rather dark past, with a lot of demons and a lot of money and will to build himself up as someone else,
Yeah,
as a vigilante. So, and that's always exciting. And I always liked, um, being a half orphan myself. I've always liked the aspect of him being an orphan as well. Like, since I
yeah,
was a little kid, I've always identified with that. So, Batman is by far and wide my favorite
yeah,
superhero, especially because he's not exactly a superhero.
yeah,
Um, one of the things that keep coming up also in all the Batman movies, they play around with this, that he's almost always the mirror image of the villain.
yeah,
Like, it's always kind of served up to you as the audience that, oh, he's almost like the Joker. Riddler and Batman are actually very similar. That they're almost occupying that same oblique moral zone. This ambiguous moral zone, and
yeah,
that's a very exciting story always as well.
yeah,
So it's
yeah.
midnight here, and I do want to talk to you a little bit behind the scenes as well. So I want to perhaps wrap it up here, guys.
Okay.
Please don't forget to subscribe to this's channel.
Thank you.
Hit the like button. Um, it is always great help, and it's a great joy to see all of you. Thank you for your support and presence. Thank you,
Thank you.
Sam Davidson, for your super chats. And St. Peter, you too. Thank you so much. And to everyone else, take care. Have a great weekend ahead, a great Friday ahead. Um, for those of us who are still just crossing into Friday, I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, where we will talk about some of the most interesting watches from Eric Clapton's collection that have come up on public auction. Please go there, give it a thumbs up in advance, turn on your notifications. I'll be live at 8 p.m. Friday, August 25th. That is to say, tomorrow. In fact, already today. So turn on your notifications and please be there. It's going to be great. And to Ozzy, to St. Peter, and this for being with me on the panel while we are discussing this. That was amazing. Again, Rolex acquired Bucherer, their biggest retail partner, their partner for now 99 years. I think it's a very interesting development in terms of its future consequences, which we can't quite discern, but I think ultimately it is going to be good for the industry. Uh, Rolex believes it. We don't have to take them in their word, at their word, but this is what they say in their official statements. The Rolex Group is convinced that this acquisition is the best solution, not only for its own brands, but also for all of the watch and jewelry partner brands, as well as for all the employees of the Bucherer Group. So Rolex genuinely believes what is good for Rolex is good for the rest of the industry, and they are not entirely wrong. But obviously, with this move, they are mostly looking after themselves. Ultimately, they are trying to gain better control, tighter control over the sale, over how their watches are bought and sold at retail and on the secondary markets. And we can certainly see them utilizing Bukhara in strategical ways while keeping their extensive global network of authorized dealers. With that being said, I'm sure we'll keep talking about this, so I'll cut it right there. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow with a very different subject, and stay safe, stay healthy, wear your watches and enjoy them. We'll see you guys later. Take care.
Bye bye.